This is the Vawulence space. This is the Vawulence space. This is the Vawulence space. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. To listen to news na depression. If you get connection now oppression. We dey pray to possess our possession. Yet the country they slave for recession. Many people plan not to chat about. But to get one thing I want ask you now. Who go come fix our Niger? Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Everything in life no competition. Now the priest they meet us for confession. Holy Ghost and go for protection. And Naija go fight all your progression. Many people plan not to jack bow. But to get one thing I wanna ask you now. Who go come fix our Naija? Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many people plan not to jack bow. Who go come fix our Niger? This is the Vawulence space. Who go come fix our Niger? This is the Vawulence. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vawulence space. Vawulence space. Vawulence space. Vawulence space. Vawulence space. Ulaba. Vawulence space. With pictures, converge, sharing, raw facts, brilliant analysis, breaking reports, friendly banter. I get tired to complain. All of my time, I love the way don't tell that time, I down to complain. How many people don't stand and say things when like my time? On the day, wait and go change. Afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, mommies and daddies, brothers and sisters, friends and foes alike. You're welcome to the Vawulence space. It's a Tuesday, a wonderful Thursday edition from my side. There's a switch in time from where I am. So right now, I think I am 1 hour lower than people over there. I don't even understand the time just switches all of a sudden. You have to readjust yourself and reprogram yourself and just come and do these things. But Nigerian guys, people are the only ones benefiting because the time does not change for you guys. But guys, you're welcome. It is another wonderful evening from my side. It's the Vawulence space. A wonderful Thursday edition as always on the platform. Come out here, discuss, share information, get ideas, get educated, and at the end of the day, take something and go back home with. I just see every single one of you. Thank you, my brothers. Jimmy N6, thank you. All of you requesting for the mic. I see you all. All our blue tickers, all our non-blue tickers, all our big handles, all our small handles, every single one in the building right about now. Thank you for joining us. It's another wonderful, wonderful, wonderful evening from my side. And hopefully, at the end of this space, we would have jotted things down and taken things away, as we always do. So if it is your first time of you joining us on the Vawulence space, probably you've heard about this space. That space where they cause wahala. You've heard so many things, so many diverse views about the space, and you said, let you go and find out for yourself. You are welcome. If it's your second time, I'm certain you had what you got the last time and you're back again. And if it's your third time, you are now a regular. And to all our day ones, all our regulars, you guys are amazing. Thank you for sticking with this movement. Thank you for sticking with this platform. Thank you for believing that it is possible. And we are back again, and I say thank you because you guys are the first responders, the people that get to hear my voice before every other person coming to the building. That's why I try to make sure I give you people jams upon jams upon jams, just to keep you guys in the mood and keep you guys melembe before fire start coming out on this temple. So if it's your first time, you're welcome. It's the Vawulence space. It is the church. It is the mosque. It is the shrine. It is the atmosphere. It is the temple of Vawulence. And on this platform, we keep everything based on facts and figures. Whatever I hear on this platform, I tell you, you can take it to the bank and cash it out. It is not like 1x bet that you use 80 naira and get 137 million naira and they will not want to pay you. Whatever you get on this platform, you can take it anywhere and we will pay you. Bagam, we know they do, they do what expect, eh? So, guys, you're welcome again. It's going to be a wonderful space as always on this platform. Plenty things have been happening across the country. Plenty things to talk about. Many things that my eye don't see in Ainsley's voice. We'll be discussing about many of them today on the platform. The space, today's space is raga raga. It is ragocious. It is venomous. It is disruptious. Anyhow way you enter from, you enter. But we are speaking today on issues as we always on the platform. And I always take this moment to spend few hours because when I start this space, there are a whole lot of people listening on some other platforms, and we have tried our best to make sure that this platform goes as far and wide as possible. Because for me, the most important thing we do on this platform is the education. We come here, we banter, we trade, we laugh away things, we talk about things, but the most important thing for me on this platform is the education, the knowledge you pass through on this platform, things you get to hear from listening from you, the speakers, from my fellow co-hosts here, my fellow officiating pastors, imams, and native doctors with me up here. What we get to share here, it's amazing. And I say all the time that the replay value of this space is golden. Anytime I'm just bored or something, I just go back and play previous versions of the Vawulence space, and you just get to listen to amazing, wonderful intellectuals on the platform. And I'm like, wow, Nigerians are truly great people. So I just want to take the next few seconds to encourage every one of us on the platform, especially all of you listening to me from YouTube, from the Vawulence radio station, from the Vawulence Facebook channel. God bless you all. I know you're not here with us in physical, but you're here with us in spirit. Please keep listening through those platforms. Keep spreading the message through these platforms because we cannot all do it on Twitter. Many people are not on Twitter. I always remind us on this platform to remember that the population of Nigeria, we have in 200 million people. I don't know, Omega X's breakfast on Chicago, he said 250 million. I don't know whether we are burning 1 million every month in this country that we have reached 250 million. I don't know how they multiply like that, but let's say in 250 million Nigerians, we have only 4 million on Twitter. So we have like 246 million Nigerians that do not use Twitter. And some of them are in other social media channels. So we should always understand that we have great work. The amount of work for us to do is enormous. Yes, it is good that we dominate Twitter. Yes, it is good that we control the narrative on Twitter. But we have to understand that conversations that we have here do not end or stop on Twitter. And that's why I'm so thankful to the tech team behind the scene that have made sure that this space, as we're speaking right now, is being streamed on YouTube, is being streamed on Facebook, and also on the Vawulence radio station on low data. I'm going to post it up on the Jumbotron for those that always ask me, Saddam, where's the Vawulence space radio station? Please, guys, I've posted it on the Jumbotron right about now. Share this link, copy this link, post it on your WhatsApp stories, your Instagram stories, your group chats. Just post it out there. Apart from the space streaming live, we play back-to-back spaces of other obedient spaces. It's a 24 hours channel that you can always tune in and get abreast with happenings in the country. So please, we are doing our own part. So most times that's why I get so pissed off when people come out here and say up on this place and say, what are Nigerians doing? What I do, I hate that question so much because I see what me and my friends and my family up here were doing. And I keep wondering, what are you that you always come on this platform? You know the amount of information you get on the platform. What are you doing? What are you doing with this information? Is it just for your own consumption, or is it just for your own, so that in your circle of friends you go get banter words? Is it just banter word for you, or is it about salvaging this country? I ask myself these questions all the time. And I really want us to introspect and ask ourselves these questions as a people. And with that, I just want to run up real quick the numbers. As I always say on the platform, we are big on rules and regulations. We do not break the rules on this platform. We make sure that we keep and adhere to our rules and regulations. And if you're joining us, you know how we do it on this platform. It is sacrosanct. It is mandatory. It is compulsory. It is a must that when you join this platform, when you're listening to my voice, 300 and something of people listen to my voice as I'm speaking right now, it is mandatory, it is compulsory, it is sacrosanct. In fact, I go put cost on top of them because last I know they put cost again. Now, why many people don't hear do it and they talk? It is a must, as you're listening to my voice, that you either share the space, or you like the space, or you retweet the space, but you do something to let the world know that the number one space on X is up and running. And as usual, I know on this platform we do not take prisoners. So please, guys, take the next few seconds, the next few minutes, the next few microseconds, share the space, retweet the space. Let's just get people into the building. Let's have a wonderful conversation today, because today not today, not today. All right, guys, thank you very much. I see you guys running up the space. Let's get our people into the building. Where do I start from? Okay, I'll start from Bayelsa. Please, guys, if you see that I did not say Bayelsa well, it's because I had not put the sa. It's because of there's not enough character to put. So I just use Bayel. You people can complete the sa. But you guys know it's Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa. All right, let me jump into Bayelsa real quick. I'm certain many of us on the platform watched the interview today, earlier on, of our man, our Valenza. You know, when they come, or when these are people come to this platform, people don't understand the amount of energy, of brain changing we do on this platform, of radicalization. If you think you're radical, imagine when people from the violence space start standing up and going into positions of power, of which we have to. It's going to be the next step in this movement. Violencers will start occupying councillorship positions. You people will start going and become chairman. You people will start going and becoming House of Rep members, State House. That is our next project. That will come out on the violence space and say, 20, I'm not even talking about, we must get back our mandate, but I'm talking of the ones that is feasible before us. I'm not talking of presidencies that we have to shut down Nigeria to get back our president. But I'm talking of any of these, all these local little elections. People from this platform we have to motivate ourselves, push ourselves. You don't become listeners, you have to become doers of the word. We need to make sure that we start, because you cannot get all this fire from this movement, get all this information, and you don't do anything with it. We expect people to take charge of the narrative. Last space I made some personal information talk, and I said spaces are just to talk, spaces are just, and many people in my DMs say, Saddam, no, don't say that to you don't know how people help us violence space, how we radicalize ourselves, how we pushed ourselves, how we made ourselves go out and go out and campaign, how we did this, how we did that, how from the space to raise funds, how we did this, and I started getting all these deja vu moments, started releasing all the hard work we did on the platform, all the brainstorming we did here, all the innovative stuff we did here, all the groundbreaking achievements we achieved here. I was just trying to remind most of us that even before Peter Obi ever went to the north, even before Datti went to the north, we were the people that first of all went to the north, cleared road in Jigawa, cleared road in Katsina, cleared road in Kanu. We had people doing stuff from this platform, and it was not because of we were just talking. We were talking, mobilizing, and people were working. So I think at this next phase of this movement, we have to have people also talking, mobilizing, and working. It is very, very important that we understand these different phases and we put our people, challenge our people to come out. And those have volunteered themselves to come out, we will support them to the very maximum. If Nigeria has to change, we have to start changing all those little blocks also. While we focus on the criminal drug baron in Aso Rock, we must start focusing on those little criminals that occupy little positions that will also stifle the effort of change within our immediate environment. It is very, very, very important. And I'm saying this because it draws back to what's going to happen this weekend in Imo, in Kogi, and in Bayelsa states. For so many of us, there's already fatigue about Nigeria. Nigeria is hell. Nigeria is depressing. Nigeria has depressed a whole lot of our people. Many people don't even want to come out. And people are even tired of any election. Some people have even lost hope. We saw people born down. We saw people that had dual citizenship tear their passports. One of my very good friends, he's on the platform now. One of our very best speakers. He always comes up and one of my favorite speakers when he comes up to speak here. After the presidential election, he's a dual citizen and he was about tearing his passport. I have to reach out and say, bro, please, I beg. He never reached that level. I beg. We had this conversation, and he had to change his mind. And I can understand because Nigeria has not worked for anybody. Except the selected few 1%ers that are benefiting from the system, from the rot in the system, that has kept the system, that has made Nigeria the way it is. Because if Nigeria works, food will be taken out of their table. So I can understand the despair. I can understand if some people say, I will never participate in elections again. It is understandable for what we witnessed in February 22nd. But I'm asking ourselves this question. Are we just emergency Nigerian lovers? That just, let's give it one shot. And after one shot, I know run again. Or we truly want to salvage this country. Or I want to remind us again. Or we want to abdicate this duty for our children. Then in 30 years' time from now, our children will be hosting maybe it will not be Spaces that time, maybe it will be Pluto. They will name it Pluto in one app like that. We don't do where we did with the hustle. Or we don't know where we did to try to retire. We don't feel come back Nigeria because Nigeria is always calling us. Or we know what it will be by then. And I'm standing here speaking as a young boy or a young man in 1993. And we know how time flies. Many of us I was a kid in 1993. I don't even know what happened then. And I'm saying this because people were saying, some people say, I made that tweet and I said, many Nigerians, if the Nigerians fought for the right of Nigerians in 1993, even after the Nigerians majority of Nigerians voted for Abiola and his mandate was stolen, and it was like the cry and the fight was only from the southwest and few parts from other parts of Nigeria. Even though he was a national candidate. The rest of the country, boom. And young people of them kept quiet and sat down, and 30 years later, the same thing has happened. Because you see something with criminals is that criminals do not know when to stop. Criminals will never stop. Criminals will never stop. They will kill, steal, eat and die and pass it to their children. And the painful part is that their children are even more wicked than their parents. Vis-a-vis a Bashar El-Rufai. The children of this current set of criminals in power are even more wicked because they are more sophisticated than their parents. They know everything that me and you know. I'm saying this to ask people question. Are you willing to fight and get back our country? Or are we willing to say, I don't tire. I don't tire. Nothing can be done. I have done my best. I have sacrificed my best. Let nothing be done. We can choose to complain as a people, or we can choose to react as a people. We can choose to stand up and say enough is enough. We can choose to be that generation that we say we will end bigotry and tribalism. We can be that generation. Growing up, my late dad would always say, Saddam, nothing good comes easy. I never understood that mantra as a kid. But life starts happening to you, you start understanding that nothing good truly comes easy. And we are in a generation that everybody wants it easy. That's why we have a high rate of boys now. The economy is so bad and everything, but you see a high rate of young people that even if they migrate some of their parents hustling to send them to school, they are still there doing so many things to get quick money. The system has been programmed to make Nigerians want things so easy. It is a system. I will not fault the people. At the same time, I will not abjugate the problems of the people from the people. We are part of the problem. And we as a people have to realize that we as a people, part of the problem, we have to start fixing ourselves while we are clamoring for a Nigeria that works. It is very, very, very important to understand these things. So while we are focused on this weekend's election, I just want to say a quick shout out to everybody that is in Imo State, Bayelsa State, and Kogi State. All of you coming out this weekend that has, despite how much INEC has made everybody not to trust that system. Honestly speaking, I do not see any reason why Nigeria should be conducting elections again with a criminal called Yakub Mahmoud at the helms of affair. But it is happening. But at least one thing we can now not pretend or say we don't know is that the rules of the game has changed. Nobody can come out today and say that he doesn't know that there's VAR when you're playing football. You now got an elbow player. You are playing with a fellow player, you go elbow him for face. I think elbowing him in your face, thinking that he will not, a referee not go see you. But you know that there's VAR at play right now in football. The rules of the game has changed in elections in Nigeria forever. Until we have the same society that we cannot say, let us now play fair. There is no longer fair or free elections in Nigeria. So that we'll not come back here probably by next week, Tuesday, and open space. And the space we open is how INEC robust. If you lose any of these elections going forward, is that you were not rugged enough, you were not tough enough, you did not fight enough, you did not in the words of Udengs, let me find that word yesterday. You did not discipline them enough.
With the beat.
Oh my brother, with the beat. That is the only reason that you should lose an election. I'm saying this to especially to except you're genuinely not popular, except you're genuinely not wanted in your state. Of which I cannot say this for any of our candidates across the 3 states. I have seen their movements personally. They have sent me a couple of videos. I've seen clips and the rest of what is these people are really in the grassroots. A whole lot of hard work is being put in, even in Kogi State. So I cannot come and downplay any of them and say, no, you don't stand a chance. These 3 candidates stand equal chances. But the outcome of the elections is if they are going to launch their bags and tell their thing, do not depend on the Nigerian police. Because that day, Nigerian police will carry stick and forget AK-47 in his office. And carry talk, you must talk and do stick. And come to polling units. You have to understand that the game has changed. And as the game has changed, you adjust to that game and show these people that we are better players than them. Now we dey suffer pass now. So now we supposed to hungry pass. Now we supposed to angry pass. And that's just two for me. To the Bayelsa people, to the Imo State people, to the Kogi people. So I will not mind Imo, especially Imo State. Imo State, don't ever think of anything free and fair election. Hope is ready to do anything possible to hold on to power. Anything possible, anything that cannot be written in the books. Hope we do it this weekend to hold on to power. Anything possible.
They said they have switched off MTN in the whole of Imo State.
I heard that. If you switch off NTN, you people should go and switch off Glow, switch off Airtel, switch off all the lights in the Imo. Say, may not say people. You just have. There's only one cure to madness is to be mother. That's the only cure that this people can understand. Show this man that you're madder than him. Come this weekend. He's not the first incumbent to be ousted out of power in Imo State. I witnessed the ousting of
Let's
power.
not forget that guy came fourth in a free and fair election. Then APC used their judiciary madness and made him the governor. He came fourth. Koro.
My brother, that's why I'm saying that someone that never stood a chance will kill and do anything possible to run to power. He's not accepted by the people. So if the people don't stand up and reject him totally and come out in their numbers and fight and be ready to die for their votes, I don't want to come. I want to go. Especially to go on Tuesday, we'll talk about different other things. Probably celebration of other people that will win. If Igbo people not come out and take back their states, it is on them. It is totally on them. And before I just this thing, I will go to the one way suit me past today now. The past 48 hours, I made a tweet earlier on this morning and I said, when I explained this thing, especially to people that don't understand Nigeria, our brothers and sisters that don't understand Nigeria, when I said this last phrase, I said, we have two Nigerians, rule for D and rule for I. They have different rules that outplay in this country. Some people did not understand this. I said the rule for the North is not the same rule for the South. Some people did not understand this. I sat back and I replayed Datti's interview again. And I don't know why, because somebody said we are good at moving on. That Datti interview is meant to be what we'll be discussing for one month until Nigerians wake up. The content in that interview is too much. And I was asking myself, is it that Tinubu and Sons, the children of bigotry, is it that they did not hear that interview? Or is it that we did not amplify that interview enough? These are the two questions I'll be asking myself. Is it that they did not hear that interview, the interview that we watched, or they did not watch it? Or we have not amplified that interview enough? That there have been no response.
Then they fear. They responded Peter Obi from the press conference, but didn't respond to that a few hours later. Criminals, cowards.
48 hours. Today makes it 48 hours after that speech. What's 48 hours? Over about 48 hours. It was on a Monday. Till now, till today, no word from one. Not Bayo. Not yellow man. Yellow, what do you call that one? That yellow man. Not
Ajuri Dubai.
Not
Ungalale. Ungalalai. Ajuri Ungalai.
My brother, no, not just everyone have been silent. Just like keep quiet, guys. No talk. Make it pass. No, just talk. No talk. Make it just pass. Make it pass. What I say, no hear him. I am saying this with my chest that if anybody from the south, I dare say south or southeast, even from the southwest, made that speech that Datti gave that day, Allah Mabasi and that person by now. I'm not even talking about whether there will be response from the security force or anything, because what he said there is valid, is truth. But the pressure from opinion shapers, from the slave of this criminal, would have been scattering everywhere. But alas, they know. Say, as Dokubo said, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you're playing with fire. You're not a popular candidate. You don't have any cult followers. You don't have any cult following. In fact, now we be your cult following. You have no supporters anywhere. You genuinely know you did not win that elections. You genuinely know that if you pick somebody from the north, if you arrest a Datti or you send your vuvuzelas to talk bad about against a Datti, you are shooting yourself at the foot. They truly understand this. And his children of hate that always find a voice to speak anytime Peter Obi says something are all quiet and silent. So please, obedience, I'm saying this to every single one of you, to please amplify Datti's tape. Do not make it that tape is that electric wire that they tell you do not touch. Every one of us should be reposting, retweeting, talking about it. You should be spreading it wildfire. I don't know, Jimmy said the last time people should translate it to different languages. I don't know whether you don't translate that to a language. I don't know how many people around your circle have heard what we heard that day. That on live TV, Datti said, yes, I will know he's senior me, I call him uncle. But it does not change that he's a drug dealer on live TV, prime time. Then you're scared to tweet Tinubu is a drug dealer because of your reputation or because of your gig or because of something. Datti was live on TV and said it. I will not change calling him a certificate forger. Datti said that on TV. And Abadu has not responded. No one. He be like saying, okay, true, but when I don't talk, just keep quiet. Oh, wahala. If they don't want to say it, please, my brothers and sisters, when you're fighting a battle because we're in a warfare, and you know what is going to injure your enemy, and you're injuring your enemy, why do you keep quiet? Why don't you amplify it? Why don't you use that your talent and damage your enemy further? Please, we should replay, probably in the course of this space, we will replay that Datti submission again for re-ginger, for revigoration, for re-enlightenment, for re-education.
Bro, I'll maybe now waiting I go use for my submission be that after N6. May we just listen for like 30 minutes.
I swear to
make
God, my
people hear
brother.
them. Now my submission be that. I know they talk. I
It
will just
is, we need that. And I saw, we wrap up with this, I saw NLC people, like they want to do protests in airport. Say they arrest one of the oga. I mean, they blow, say they popo their oga eye for Imo State. Then give them 2 combo for Imo State. They say they do protests. So for all the hardship and all the bad policies, all the criminality that have gone on in 6 months, we are not seeing any reason to do protests, now because them popo on a leader.
They no see where to do protests. Now airport where poor Nigerians we don't struggle. They no see Asu Rock. They no see Unity Fountain. I God go punish that NLC.
No wahala. Let us keep it. Let us keep it going. But one thing I always say, my brothers and sisters on this platform, is that please, what Nigeria need now is not protest. What Nigeria needs is a outright revolution. A revolution that will end. I'm saying my own opinion now. A revolution that will end in jungle justice. A revolution that will end in jungle justice, whereby all these your criminal leaders will be lined up in the streets. You just una dey sabi as a country. If una catch thief wey steal Maggi and pomo for market, una go line them up, bring tire, find
They no go care whether the thief na Yoruba or Igbo or their tribe.
Find rope, find this thing. Now so una go do una political leaders until we as the people start acting that way toward political criminals. We are not serious and we are not ready. And I will wrap up with this by saying, please, N6 and all of you that was attacking that innocent female girl and disabled girl that was selling bottled water. Please, you know, the problem in Nigeria is that they find small sheets. They worry small sheets. That girl is innocent. Please, she is a man. She can choose to identify as she wants to identify. After all, the freaking criminal in Aso Rock has 3 birthdays. He's a man in America. She is a female black American in America, but he's a man in Nigeria. The same way we vilified and castigated Mesoma and wanted to kill Mesoma in this country. Same people that wanted to kill Mesoma are same people that want to kill this young girl that is hustling. Make una come out eye for that girl. If you like call her man, no mean a girl like she be. She dress come out her house as girl, carry Bobby. Now girl she be. She's following the footsteps of her leader. Please allow that girl to breathe. Guys, welcome to the Vawulence space. Let's have an amazing conversation as we always on the platform. Thank you for joining us. As we always say on the platform, it is always going to be entertaining, educative, and talk about issues straight to power. And please, as I said the last week, as I wrap up with this, please, spaces are not where you come and tell Nigerians, you people are not doing anything. The people you should be telling you people are not doing anything are people in the market, people in your church, people in your mosques, people in your group, in your streets. Carry microphone and go around and be telling them in your area, una no dey do anything, una dey fuck up. Una suppose dey outside dey protest, una no dey see say this thing don cause. Don't come and tell us on spaces here. Highest thing will be on this space is 1,000 people. If we reach 1,000 safe. We're not, I mean, of 1,000 you are here. 700 are in diaspora. 300 are in Nigeria. 300 divided by 36 states. You know how many? So please, we are not that people. No. You are. I want to challenge you every day. I'll be reminding people this thing. Every day I remind you. Who you will tell they are not doing anything are in your tomorrow. Go to your market. Go to your street. Enter Danfo and activate Nigerians. Tell them, you guys are not doing anything. We are docile. Because it is us that are on space. It is us that are on Twitter that are the reason why Bola Ahmed Tinubu is still illegitimate today. We are doing something. We are the reason why no government has come out openly to congratulate him. We are doing something. You people that are in Nigeria, that are in the marketplaces, your churches, your mosques, your traditional worship places, your clubs, wherever you gather yourselves in numbers, all of you people will gather in thousands this weekend to watch football. You are the docile ones. Not us on spaces, because we're on spaces. As we are speaking now, I have people from Germany listening to this space. I have people from America listening to this space. I have people from part of the world listening to this space. And they are listening to Nigerians and we say, we reject Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a criminal drug baron. They are seeing us protesting and rejecting him online. What are you doing offline? Don't come here and tell us that we're not doing anything. Thank you very much, and God bless you guys. Let's have an amazing space, guys. If you're just joining us, it's the Vawulence space. We do this every Tuesday and Thursday for now. Saturday, we have said au revoir till probably we have something special or there's an emergency or something. We'll be back on Saturdays. But for now, we just do this every Tuesday and Thursdays just to make sure that this conversation and this movement do not fade away. This movement sustains the momentum that we have. Yes, we will have fewer people coming up here. Yes, we'll have fewer numbers this period, but these are those testing times. These are those hard times whereby we really test truly those that truly want this country to go forward, or those that just want to come and say, as it has happened and it has passed, no wahala. We are here for us, we're here for the long run, and hopefully, Nigerians stand up and revolt against this system of criminality. Thank you guys and welcome to the Vawulence space. Let me pass the mic right now to my brother N6. My brother, good to have you on the platform one more time. I just want to tap on your wealth of wisdom and knowledge. Please take it away from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saddam. Please, if you don't mind, can Jimmy and General just buy me some time, please?
All right, perfect. So Jimmy, if you are ready, you're not ready, I will just skip to General, because General, she's at work and I know that she has something.
Yeah, let her go. I need to get the video ready. I need to play that for people to listen to it. It's going to be my submission, and I can interject with any other statement I have to say later on. But yeah, let General go.
Thank you very much, General. My sister, I know how busy these days are for you, but you have come up here again one more time. Good evening and welcome to the Vawulence space.
Good evening, gentlemen, ladies. I greet you all. Thank you guys for skipping the line for me so I can hurry up and say what I need to say. Thank you all for joining. Violence Space has become our arena. It is our own place, it's our village, it's our under Iroko tree where we gather to have meaningful conversations. So I always look forward to this place. Even if I can't speak, I just listen. But today I just want to say something quickly, and I hope you would just lend me your ears. What I want to say is concerning the obedient movement. I don't know if you all joined the meeting with Chairman Julius Abure yesterday. There were glitches. Jimmy, you did a good job holding that space together. I never got the chance to tell you. But based on everything he said, they are working on their end. Labour Party is a party, regardless. They are working to put two and two together. However, I also feel like while they are working on their end, we as the obedient movement need to do something on our own end. We need to tighten up our ropes here. It's important for people to understand that Labour Party is not obedient movement. Obedient is not Labour Party. We stand alone. We have our own values. We have what we, where our focus are. However, we cannot say the same for Labour Party, whatever their policies are, whatever their rules are. If we want to support anyone there, we can. We can also even support from another party, even a minority, like an unpopular party, just like the way we latched on Labour Party. But it's important for people to understand that this movement is not just an online thing. Yes, there are obedients all over Nigeria who are capable of voting, but we need to also send a very strong message that aside from just voting, this movement is not just something you find on the internet. Here's where I'm going with this, right? Throughout the campaign, there was never a time that anybody went on the media and said, I am speaking for the obedient movement. Yeah, we have pockets of campaign media team representing Labour Party, but no one actually went there to speak as an obedient representative. And that is what we're lacking in this movement. This is something that we need to focus on. We need to have our own voice. Yes, we have tweets, we have influencers who are obedient, tweeting here and there, including myself, but that's not the same. We need to be able to issue statements. We need to be able to attend interviews like at Arise TV morning show. We need to have a seat at any table, just like any other movement in Nigeria. You have the OPC, you have the NLC, you have even a Joy Youth movement that Udeng spoke about. But we do not have a seat as a Labour Party when it comes to media representation. And that is what I wanted to talk to us about today. I know a lot of people are jittery about, our obedient movement having a leader. They don't want to a movement with a leader. No, guys, time has come for us to think positively and a way to move forward. Yeah, there are a few people in this space, and no one in here represents the full movement. The obedient movement is larger than life. It is larger than this Twitter space. It is too big. We're all over the world. But something can bring us together. Something can make things more official. I know some people tried registering the Obedient Movement as an official organization. That is fine. I know some people have reservations about having a leader, but I think we need a structure. Even if we don't have a president, even if we don't have a chairman, we need a structure. And my own area of focus mostly is the media. The media aspect is very important. The types of narratives that are being pushed out there, there are some of them we can latch on, there are some of them we can shut down. But we are not doing it well because we are all on social media tweeting differently. There's something we say in Igbo that abako no nyomamere, it makes a bubble, which means when you join together, when a group of people come together to peace in a container, it kind of makes a bubble, right? It shows that it's a serious stuff. And that is what we need to be doing, right? We can have 100 obedient influencers tweeting on Facebook, Instagram, wherever, but until we have that one formidable force, one official handle, one place, one source of truth for all obedience to get their information, it's just going to be, everyone just doing the way they please. Now, I believe that as things are going, yeah, Peter Obi and Datti has spoken, and they made it clear that they're going to be they are going to be the opposition party. That's a very interesting role to play in politics. For those who haven't looked it up, go look it up. It's not fun. It's not. Yeah, it's fun for some, but it's not kids play. Julius Abure also said it yesterday. It's going to be tooth for tooth. It's going to be rough. It's going to be tough. Like you're basically just disclaiming anything that does not represent the wish of the people. So APC is going to have it hot if the Labour Party plays that role well. Everyone in the National Assembly, the House of Reps and Senators from Labour Party will also have to play that role well. Every policy that does not represent the people's mind has to be shut down. But we as the obedient movement, we also have a role to play. But we can no longer just be tweeting individually. We need to have a voice collectively. We need to have a platform, more like a tweet, even an official Twitter handle for the obedient movement where everyone would recognize. We need to have people working on it. The media is very important. This is social media age. Everything comes from social media first before it hits the streets, right? If it means us paying, if it means us contributing, if it means us having membership to sustain it, we need to do it. Forget about getting leaders, forget about getting chairmen and whatnot. We need a strong media team of the obedient movement. We can, if we have to pick, we can run a vote. We can nominate people. We can all vote. Again, just because we're doing it on social media does not mean that we're speaking for people out there, but we do not have to go to every single obedient in the world and ask for their opinion. Things need to move in the right direction. And if things are doing well, others can come along. When people realize what we're doing here and why it's important for us to have this force, then they can join or they cannot. But people, those who will be representing in the media, has to be paid. That's how you sustain a movement. Because what I'm seeing lately, it's like people are getting tired, and I understand. Myself, I'm still very angry. My anger does not end so easily. I'm angry. I'm holding a lot of grudges. I am so pissed. I wish everything evil in APC. Everyone who had a hand aided and abetted the crime committed by APC. I wish them nothing but evil. But yeah, my wishes cannot really do much, right? It's a personal thing. But how can I express myself better? How can I make sure that this movement, at least this movement that we have started, this beautiful thing that we have going on here, it's not just something we do. It's no longer, it's supposed to be bigger than the violence space. We need to start thinking forward. Otherwise, one day, this movement it's gonna split. This is a reality. People are gonna bail out. People are gonna go start other micro movements elsewhere. Something that looks similar like obedient.
General, 2 more minutes,
Yes,
please.
thank you. We're going to start something that looks like the obedient movement, but not necessarily the obedient movement, and we don't want that. We have the numbers, we have the strength, but we also need a seat at the table officially. We need to, even when newspapers want to write, they need to print our name that this is what we said, right? I don't want them quoting me. I don't want them quoting Saddam or quoting N6. I want them to quote the obedient movement. If Arise Stephen wants to talk, let them say obedient movement said, not Oluchi said, or go and screenshot my tweet. I don't want that. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you very much, my sister. Thank you very much. I think this is that part of the space, or I say of the movement whereby we have divergent views. People think about this movement from different angles. Honestly speaking, I think you've made sense, but at the same time, we have to weigh and sit down and look at the pros and the cons of all these ideas, because you see people that we're dealing with are very, very, very evil, demonic people, and we have to be way smarter than them, if as we go forward in this movement. um I honestly understand, when you say how much the movement needs to be sustained and how much, but where me I'm scared of is having a face before, in front of the movement. I will never want to be a face. I will never want I'm speaking for myself now. I'm speaking for myself now. I
No,
will never ever want to
Saddam,
be.
sorry to interrupt you. I am not asking for a
We'll have these
leadership.
discussions on the back end, guys. I would honestly
Well,
want us to go
I
back
was
to
asked
the
to come
topic.
up
We
here. That
have
was why I
three
came up.
elections on
I
Saturday.
was asked to come up.
God
Otherwise,
bless
I
you.
wouldn't come in and change your. I was
No,
already
no, no,
having this
General.
conversation.
Your statement has been well taken. We'll reach out to you and have discussions on the back end. What you said is very valid, but we'll have discussions on the back end. Obviously, other people hold different views on the issue, and we'll weigh all
Well,
of
let
this,
me
and then
correct what I
you know.
needed to correct quickly. Then I hop off. I understand, but what I wanted to correct is it's not. I'm not talking about having a face. I'm talking about communication aspect. So when you guys are talking on the back end, just keep that in mind. Thank you.
No, no, no. You'll be totally involved in all these discussions when they come up. I
Yeah,
promise you.
because it is better.
It-
You can elaborate well, explain better for those that don't understand what is because your idea might be well communicated when you know, we had this discussion behind, and I was like, I see it from where you're seeing it, so it is important that when we're having this discussion, you can also be there and share it well for us. But let's keep it going, guys. If you also think there's anything General has said, you want to add more light to it, you can also put it up there. It's part of what we're discussing today. It's already out there. So we're looking at the sustainability of the movement, vis-a-vis the next couple of weeks, months, and years and struggle ahead. So guys, let's go on real quick. I don't know, Jimmy, if you're ready with the sound beats. If you're ready with the sound bites, I think you can just come out right now and ginger my morale, because honestly speaking, I really want to hear Datti speak right now.
all right. Let me jump in here. Hello, obedience. Good evening. Obviously, as Saddam has said, we have two Nigerias. We have one Nigeria where the crude oil of the south feeds everybody. Then we have a Nigeria where the solid minerals of the north are for the district heads or whoever is rich enough to afford a mine. It's sad, but that is the reality. We have a Nigeria where you pay hospitality tax for alcohol you drink in the south. That money is shared nationwide and with the north. And then the same states in the north will take those alcohol beverages, bottles, and smash them in a public display of piety. We have a Nigeria that has a constitution that says Nigeria must be run by law and there must be separation of state and religion. But we have a Nigeria where an entire northern belt has agreed on their own constitution. And their constitution says that constitution should only apply to people who are of that religion, but they apply it to everybody. It is sad. What Saddam said made a lot of sense. And that was always the beauty of the Datti candidature. The right hand, the left hand. Peter Obi speaks, Datti speaks. Peter Obi speaks, Datti acts. You look at Peter Obi and Datti and you realize that APC is a complete fraud. The Peter Obi and Datti combination is what they touted the Buhari and Oshibanjo combo to be like. If he didn't day, he didn't day. I tell people, every time Datti speaks, he speaks facts, he speaks figures, he speaks constitution, he speaks law. Every time Shetima speaks, he's hitting on the person that came first class. He's insulting the entire Nigerian Bar Association. He's causing mayhem. He's promoting bigotry. He's promoting terrorism. And it is sad that this is the Nigeria we are in. A lot of people knew that Bola Ahmed Tinubu had no capacity. But they came to face this election like sporty bets. Man U versus Arsenal. Igbo versus Yoruba. Let Igbo people not win president. Let the worst of us be there rather than the best of somebody else. And that is a spirit. Saddam said something he didn't know, but he really spoke in spirit. We must be the generation that destroys tribalism and religious bigotry completely. There are people in this, our generation, today, Inye and the rest of them, that are rewriting a history that me and you witnessed. They are rewriting a history me and you witnessed. There are people today that are telling you that Gbadebo Rosevivor is not a Yoruba man. There are people today that have rejected the entire Obasanjo candidacy just to prove an evil point that has now come out to be pointless. APC will be silent on Datti. Datti spoke a lot of facts. And I must say that I also noticed the media blitz on Datti's speech, because the last time Datti spoke, when he spoke on the Constitution and everything, APC talked about it, and all the little short pockets of that discussion were in the public sphere. But anytime I check Datti's speech, you will never see a short-cut version highlighting one particular point that he made. You just see the speech entirely where Obedience posted it. And I believe we need to go into that speech and dice it up point by point and flood it back on the timeline. Get it back into the consciousness of people. There are people in northern Nigeria, or there are people in Nigeria as a whole, that Peter Obi's voice or his face is annoying too. Let us accept that. And let's push that. It is still the same message. Let's push that in front of them. Maybe they will listen to somebody else. Peter Obi will talk about the poverty in the north and his plans for it. Some people will start foaming at the mouth. Abi, is there no poverty there? Are there not out of school children there? So maybe let us push Datti saying these same things. And that is the beauty of that candidature. Some of us were, where is Datti? I'm a huge Datti fan. I think of a Nigeria where Peter Obi is president and hands over to Yusuf Datti. Think of that Nigeria over a 16-year cycle, and then think of a Nigeria where Tinubu does 8 years and hands over to Shetima. Think of that Nigeria over a 16-year cycle, and that is a point of nightmares. PDP in all their madness did 16 years. Have you noticed that APC doesn't even use that 16 years of PDP again? Today, APC will report on oil theft as if they are not the ones that have been in power for the last 8 years. They are arresting Emefiele today as if Emefiele is the only criminal in Muhammadu Buhari's cabinet. But they will never arrest Hadi Sirika. Let them go and try it now. If they won't preach that afternoon in all the mosques from Sokoto to Borno that Bola Tinubu is not this or that or committed blasphemy, and they will chop off his head the next day. They know the game they are playing. This speech, we must go back into it, chop it up, and push it back on the timeline. Anytime Datti speaks, the establishment shakes. We haven't heard from him in a while. He speaks, everywhere shakes. Also, NLC, as far as I'm concerned, that blow that their leader collected was settlement out of court. They love to settle out of court to the detriment of the average Nigerian. So out of court, and somebody used punch and settled his face out of court, as far as I'm concerned. Please, dear Nigerians, if you see NLC blocking anywhere, carry Koboko. I know, say take your car, jam them. Just carry the closest Koboko you have and flog them out of that place. Who NLC help? Let them go and protest in front of Aso Rock. Any protest happening in Abuja, NLC could not come out when the judiciary was stampeding on our constitution. They couldn't come out, but they're coming out because they punch their. Imagine you're a Nigerian, you have struggled with this interest rate, everything. You are going to catch your flight, and NLC because the criminals beat up their fellow criminal. There was a time in this country, the head of the NLC, if the government increases fuel, Oshomole will go and drag with Obasanjo that fuel, they must drop it down. But now, they'll carry fuel from 165 to 720. Boom! NLC will do closed door meeting and come out and nothing will happen. Oshomole became so popular from NLC, he managed to become governor of Edo State. Can this idiot that was beaten up the other day say that he will gain any? Oh, they just collect money, thief, collect brand new car, move. Short-sighted leadership. Please, Imo, Kogi, Bayelsa. Dear Nigerians, I repeat, God will not leave his throne. God will not stop being God. God will not open heaven, look through the heaven and shout at Nigeria. God will not change nature because he wants to help Nigeria. That will never happen. I will never even allow God to do it. Because what Nigerians want is God will open this. Dear Nigerians, this is who you people are. You people mad? Then you people will have sense. As if God will have it. The Kogi election, you all saw the blunder video of the APC candidates. You saw that video. Another airhead is about to be governor in Kogi. It's either him or Dino Melaye. That his entire campaign is based on he is a fine boy. He's taller than the other candidates. He's richer than the other candidates. He has more Gucci than the other candidates. At this point, I've always told Saddam, I am not interested in doing any promotion for LP anymore. If you want your state to be like Abia State and to have a governor like Oti, vote for Labour Party. At this point, I don't even, all this one where I was saying, Hope Uzodinma was tearing down all Labour Party posters in Imo State. One day, I don't think Labour Party needs poster. If you were in Lagos during the elections, there was no Peter Obi poster from Ojodu Beggar to Poka Ekpe. True or false? It was Tinubu Shetima, Tinubu Shetima, Tinubu Shetima, Tinubu Shetima. There was no Peter Obi poster. Quote me again. There was no Peter Obi poster in the entirety of Lagos. Peter Obi won Lagos. From Bonikampo to Zumbamba, there was no, the two sides of the express, you could not be Tinubu Shetima, Tinubu Shetima, Tinubu Shetima, all the way to VGC. There was no Peter Obi poster in Lagos, and Peter Obi won Lagos. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't need one poster of Labour Party in Imo, Kogi, or Bayelsa. The candidates are even doing too much. If you, the people of Imo, want to be celebrating one new road every week of at least 10 kilometers, you know what to do. Hope Uzodinma that everybody in Igbo land knew as a Yahoo boy, a fraudster, even one of the worst type. He ran an election in Imo. He came fourth. The APC judiciary hoodwinked, and carried him to first position. Do you know that travesty of the law was so criminal that the United States government quietly gave visa ban to the 6 judges involved in Hope Uzodinma's case? Do you people remember? I always give you facts and figures here. Justice Kekereeku can never enter the US for the rest of her life over that issue. And if I tell you that a criminal that the people had given fourth position before came first, look at, there's no video where Hope Uzodinma is telling you people, I built one road, I built 4,000 of you, I'll take you people to Europe. Why has he said anything he has done in 4 years? He has nothing to campaign on. He has tried Shetima style. They've brought fake obedience, fake head of obedient of Imo State. Nothing to offer. They've even tried to kill the Labour Party candidate. So that means if you don't have bulletproof jeep in this country, because that's how they killed our senatorial candidate in Enugu. So by now, Ethan Achonu might have been a dead man. There's a video of one guy in Arise that was talking about how many people have been killed in Kogi State on toutism just to this election. Yahaya Bello is a proud supporter of chaos and anarchy. And I'm telling you people that, have you noticed that Kogi State is rarely in the news for anything superlative? But watch the day those people will have good leadership. There is a reason why the Oyibo people came to Nigeria and were based in Lokoja. The day you people will put a Labour Party candidate there with the brain of Alex Oti, now that day now go no say Kogi State fit get something inside. But for now, it's one of the states we just say Kogi, Lokoja, when you're reciting states in Nigeria. Eradiri Udengs has given me my second lexicon after gather your bag, grab your bag with a beat.
Launch
We go
your
beat,
bag.
oh.
Launch your bag.
Launch your bag, launch your bag. We go beat from Imo to Kogi to Bayelsa. We dey beat and we go beat. There Imo people, launch your bag, carry koboko, carry cane to your polling unit. Keep it one side because we go beat. We go beat. We go anybody will snatch ballot. You see that ballot box, dear Nigerians. I want you people to hate ballot box snatchers with the hatred you people hate petty thieves. Anybody that collects a ballot box, at least petrol and tire must touch his body. You see that ballot box thing, whether you are military or whether you are civilian, we must reach a point in this country. If you snatch ballot box, machete must touch your body. You will die.
Jungle justice, straight up.
Because that is the nonsense Wike did. We were seeing the videos. Hillocks go show, soldiers go come down, carry ballot box, tear am. Wike don't get mind to they use police, they run that one. Then we saw the other one where two idiots came to a polling unit, enter Okada with ballot box, so they were doing photo shoots as they were going along. And nobody said those boys are ablaze. Cutlass no meet one of them for back of neck. Nobody beats them. Dear Nigerians, we took 16 years to agree that election was not, what was that word, a do or die affair. Do you remember? I'm sorry, good people, but election is now fashion. It goes in a cycle. We are now back to election being a do or die affair. You saw how the people of Abia followed every decision. INEC has started their criminality. INEC said that they will not count the votes at the polling unit. Sure, now they see. No, no begin do that to LUP, where you will have 300 polling units with 300,000 LUP videos. Then they'll tell you APC won. You can't find one person that will post video where APC was counted and won one polling unit. They don't start. INEC said that they are not going to count. Listen, you have been seeing the videos. INEC wanted a meeting and told journalists to switch off their phones. You are seeing the videos. INEC now is APC 2.0. When you are going for election, you will fight APC. Prepare for APC. Prepare for INEC. Please, Imo people, I beg you, a new Nigeria is possible. Get this leadership thing right, and you are on your way to glory. All it will take you is 3 days of close marking. Please, Bayelsa. Eradiri Udengs, I have loved that guy from day one when he used to come on this space and speak. He is ready. He is ready. Person will Rufai press him. Did you beat a beat?
Now, Timmy guy now, you forget say Timmy, remember your episode with that for here?
Yes.
Now he give me name now, Excavator.
That guy loves Bayelsa. He loves that state. He was always on our spaces. What's it concern him? He was always here. I love him more than I love this Imo State candidate. Let me tell you the truth. Udengs was here, sometimes 5 hours questioning back to back. And these are our little Peter Obis in little pockets. Udengs is a perfect Peter Obi left hand, Obi Yusuf, that's a right hand. If you use left hand, you go follow your talk. You use right hand, you go beat you. You must respect the Ijaw Youth Council the way you respect other major tribes in Nigeria, and that is discipline. Is that not what General is also talking about? Some level of discipline.
Yes, Sizu, but I mean, let's be fair with Achonu. I did a background
No.
check.
I'm not. I said, personally, I love Udengs more because he has been here. I know him. Right. I am here campaigning for Achonu as well. So I am just saying, personally, they say, why I love Edoga. I can explain to you. I like Edoga too. I wish him well. He was here defending himself for hours. So I hope I've made you understand. So these are the things for me. Please, Nigerians, let us get this thing right. You see this Alex Oti, make Alex Oti, make we get like 3. I've told you people that, like, you people don't know, Sanwo-Olu is competing with Alex Oti. Sanwo-Olu, I'm telling you, people don't want to know. Because his own people go there and say, come, that governor, that governor every day, they do road. Wait till they stop. We go make us go fight our Igbo brothers. Oh yeah, do Lagos. So we want to celebrate one road every week. Go and check it. That's why he's jumping. If you tell someone now to come and if you invite him for your birthday now to come and commission a can of origin and packet of chin chin, he will come. He needs pictures. Alex Oti will commission roads. Someone will commission where they are beating traders in Aja. He needs activity. APC is telling people that the opposition should give them ideas on how to move the country forward. Where in the world have you ever heard of that? In the words of Nasir El-Rufai, the job of the opposition is even where you are doing good, we will go there and amplify that where the part of it that you are doing bad. So nobody should make you feel you are doing the wrong thing as an obedient. Nobody. We are here complaining about data. And the criminal drug baron and his 48 criminal useless ministers, the minister for communication came out to show you that he probably saw tweets of this data thing going back and told you people that the gaslighting of these bastards is the one that blows my mind. And came and told you people that I saw a calculation where somebody said he spends $15 or so, about 15,000 naira for 1.2 terabytes. We have asked as Nigerians, how much is unlimited data for the month? But Bosu Tijani that was tweeting against APC yesterday, has started dining with them and has come out to tell you Nigerians that the data people are paying is the cheapest data in the world. And that is end of the case. Meanwhile, Nigerians are bleeding. The internet is useless. And then it zaps anyhow. The average Nigerian has to work for 2-3 months to afford a bag of rice. Okay, let's see how sustainable this is. The United Nations has said about 10 million Nigerians are going to face hunger and starvation. I hope you people will stand on that mandate very well that time. Because I know that the children of God in Goshen will at least will remove, if we are eating 3 meats, we'll remove 2. Because when the numbers were saying it, and I was saying it, that a candidate that ranks highest amongst the poorest Nigerians is never the candidate to vote for. The middle class will always be fine, they will adjust. These people will eat you alive. Get ready. That 5 billion naira yacht, when you are running from Asu Rock, you will enter it. You are seeing it. I told you people that by January 1st, the whole Nigeria will be obedient. Are you not seeing APC market women marching on the streets complaining about food prices? No worry. I said the obedience, that's why I don't disturb myself in this protest discussion. When protests will start, it is on APC spaces they will pick dates for protests and protest. I'm telling you, it will not be obedient. We will just open protests and be telling people, hey, APC are fighting APC here. I'm telling you, you will see it. Evil has an expiring date, it will implode. Asari Dokubo is already complaining. And if you remember Niger Delta militancy during the time of Obasanjo, it can grind this country to a halt without one loss of life. Please, my people, come out. I know a lot of us have been disillusioned. Imo, Kogi, Bayelsa, Labour Party will make you proud. Look at our candidates, look at their ideas, and look at Alex Oti as an example. Because no candidate go dey mumu himself when Alex Oti did. Alex Oti go tell you, say, come, no come spoil my image. May they know you talk, say, one Labour governor, they do well, one idiot. So you can see that the right hand will wash the left. Imo in particular, Owerri alone can be one of the greatest cities in West Africa. Owerri alone. Please, my people, make Labour Party proud this weekend. Come out, launch your bag with a beat, carry your koboko, and be ready to defend your votes. It will be 2 to 3 days of restlessness, not sleeping, monitoring, putting pressure on INEC. But I promise you that the way Abia people are rejoicing today is the way you'll be rejoicing in Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa. Don't follow these influencers. Don't follow these criminals who live in Lagos but are telling you what to vote. Don't follow these people who are in Abuja, these government lackeys, They will just tell you what to do. They will use their money buy a house in Canada. Don't follow them. What you are seeing, put in a governor that has no godfather. You are seeing Sim Fubara today already they're telling you that your godfather go first collect 20 billion a month. Children of God, how much is then remaining in a state to tar road if they could just first carry 20 billion every month, dash person? We can do it. Labour Party candidates have no godfathers. Once they come in, all the money they have is for the people. God bless you all as you comply. Thank you very much for listening to me. God bless the obedient movement. God bless Nigeria. Cheers.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Wonderful submission as always, as always, as always. I just want to read a breaking news right now. Breaking news from a man I respect so much, from the head of the Afenifere. He just posted on his Twitter and he said, and I quote, "We don't accept the Supreme Court ruling. This is a fact that need not to be politicized. I understand all the gimmicks of Bola, but in all, we reject that judgment as Afenifere, and that has been communicated to the world." In case you don't know, this is breaking news 58 minutes ago from Pa Ayo Adebanjo's account itself. We don't accept
Ronu gang go they get HBP
ruling.
now.
That is exactly. I'm so happy that he has come out to speak, and Afenifere are still standing on this mandate, saying it with their chest out there, coming out to say we do not accept this. Nigerians and the world, it is open. Please, and I'm saying please, and I'm saying so we don't generalize. The problem of what we experienced in February 25th happened via APC Southwest Ronu gang. Please. So we don't mop up and rope up the whole Southwest and say, no. Millions of Southwesterners voted for Peter Obi and are still standing for this man and for this movement today. You can see Pa Ayo Adebanjo's tweet. Let us understand and give them enough kudos and help them, because
I swear.
you see exactly what's happening with. I speak to my Muslim brothers. When your religion looks like it has been hijacked by the supposed minority, and all what we see is it doesn't portray truly what religion stands for, and you that you're meant to speak out, you're quiet, you are automatically, your silence is already telling people that, okay, people that don't know more will think, oh, what your silence is truly you in support of what is happening. But you're seeing majority of many of our Yoruba brothers standing up and saying no, and it is that hand we should always follow. Thank you
The
very much.
important names, the important ones, not the riffraff. The
Yes, so
important ones,
yes,
the
so
elders, the real elders. Thank you, Saddam. Could you put that on the jumbotron too as well?
yeah, I'll find it and put it right now. Somebody sent it to me. Okay, let's go real quick. Jimmy, you have the space. Good evening, my brother. How are you doing today?
Now, protests by politicians aspiring to be elected in Nigeria, but the kind of depth of feeling we saw across this country, particularly amongst the youth over the failed bid by the Labour Party's Peter Obi and Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed in the 2023 presidential election, is rare. Some of their supporters were almost hysterical after the Electoral Commission INEC declared the APC candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu the winner, a declaration that has now been affirmed by both the Elections Petitions Tribunal and the Supreme Court. For those obedience, as they are known, Mr. Tinubu's victory signified an absolute power trip by the ruling APC party and a broken electoral and judicial system. So for them, the heart has gone out of Nigerian politics, and all they can ultimately hope for as they look towards the next election in 2027 is a change in the way governance and elections are conducted in Nigeria.
This judgment amounts to a breach of confidence Nigerians have in our judiciary. To that extent, it is a show of unreasonable force against the very Nigerian people from whom the power of the Constitution drives. INEC displayed incompetence in the conduct of its statutory duties. The judiciary has largely acted in defiance of the constitutional tenets, precedents, and established ground rules Going forward, we in Labour Party and the Obedient Movement are now effectively in opposition. Our mission has been more about anchoring a new Nigeria, and it remains unchanged.
Veto be there. So will the politicians in power pay any attention to these loud calls for reform? Well, for more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed. Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Pleasure and duty, Charles.
Really nice to see you again.
Yeah.
Now, a fairly determined speech there by Peter Obi today. What was the point of it?
That the judgment eventually and ultimately from the Supreme Court stands accepted largely because we can't do anything about it. We reject it, we disagree with it, and we cannot accept it, but it stands accepted because there is nothing we can do. That is the end of the road for Excellency Peter Obi and myself as candidates. But I think as this interview progresses, I will be able to tell you another point of view. And if I may just begin now, I'm not here to tell Nigerians that oil was discovered and we forgot about agriculture, or that there is unemployment leading to insecurity. I'm here to, for the sake of my country, say things that matter. I'm not here to regurgitate. I'm here to rescue Nigeria.
Well, let's move methodically in that regard, because before the swearing in of President Tinubu on May the 29th, I mean, to give this a bit of historical context, you were emphatic and clear and almost urgent in your call for Mr. Tinubu not to be sworn in. What were your fears and concerns? Because he's obviously been sworn in and the world hasn't come to an end, has it?
Nigeria may come to an end if the world doesn't come to an end. But very valid question. I feared for Tinubu himself, for himself, from himself. I feared for the reputation of Nigeria. You see, the international profile of global leaders has risen astronomically, to the extent that royals even discipline their own. Look at the profiles of gentlemen like Xi Jinping of China, all across the world. All of a sudden, we were faced with the dilemma of having to present to the world who our own president to be was. And I was one of those who knew that the answers were not good. The whole country would be put to shame. The last time I spoke, I nearly brought Tinubu's ambition to a screeching halt. This is evident by the events that followed immediately afterwards. One minister wrote the DSS on his company stationery. I don't know how that is possible. And another minister, skipped ECOWAS, skipped AU, and went all the way to Washington to report me. And Nobel laureate, a very, very senior citizen, inviting me to a national debate. And I'm not that smart enough, even though my dear good friend Chimamanda acted on my behalf. And then DSS coming out a week later, under duress, of course, you could see, to do the bidding of that minister. This shows they were scared. My simple point was that no constitution or any part thereof shall be breached in order to install a president. And if that is done, that presidency will remain unconstitutional. And I remain on this point. I pointedly say he must not be sworn in. They have gone ahead to do it. It is not the first time. Out of 16 heads of state stroke presidents of Nigeria, 9 were not elected. 7 were, out of that 7, 1 still remains challenged, Alhaji Tinubu. Challenged. And that is because of the constitutional breach. Now, my attitude from day one was that based on experiences, let's forget anything electoral. I know the system deeply. My boss, Obi, knows the system deeply. Let's go for the constitutional point. Yes, of course, there is that issue of the forfeiture. There is the forgery. But the clearest one we could get was on the FCT point. Now, get that FCT point, get him not sworn in. There are at least 2 other constitutional channels while sustaining democracy that we could have followed, but they wouldn't.
Right. Well, in that regard, it must have been another aftershock for you then, because both the Election Petitions Tribunal and the Supreme Court have affirmed President Tinubu's victory. I wonder to what extent that has left you personally, politically shaken and unsure of the ground.
Point of correction.
Talking about.
Point of correction. And this is where I respectfully differ. And it is within my fundamental human rights and constitutional rights to differ. The petition court and the Supreme Court, please quote me on this, did not actually affirm the success of Tinubu's presidency. They upheld the unconstitutionality of that election. And they are happy for it to remain so. And they have the power. Nobody can do anything about it. That is why we said it is an unreasonable show of force. If there was something we could do, we would stop it. But we are law-abiding citizens. That is why I'm here sitting with you today and still complaining. I was not shaken one bit. I will never be shaken by certificate forgery, by forfeited money over narcotics. I will never be shaken by IREV switched off in the middle of the game when they saw us winning. Labour Party won 2023 presidential elections. No doubt about it. They are cheats, they are bullies, and they have taken full advantage of the situation in Nigeria. When you ask me what is the situation in Nigeria, I will go ahead and tell you some fundamental things that say why we are in this situation today. Right. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, but let me ask you this, though, because you're making the point, the points you're making, obviously, as you said, it's your right to air your sort of assessment. But we are now unquestionably in the Tinubu era, and he's clearly made some bold moves since he was sworn in on May the 29th. What do you think his presidency has delivered so far?
Disaster. There is nothing bold or special about making appointments. Anybody can make appointments. Any right-thinking businessman, any public servant can make appointments. There is nothing. People jump over you, pay money, buy appointments. Most of the appointments you see are...
Well, that's an allegation we can't substantiate, of course.
Anyway, what I'm saying, there is nothing about making appointments. You should be talking about the Naira has fallen down to 1,250. You should be speaking about 26 Nigerian soldiers that were killed in neighboring Niger State, something that has never happened in all Nigerian military missions throughout Africa. Nigerian military are dreaded because they are good, they are professional, yet in our backyard they kill our soldiers. Under Tinubu, what is bold in having your soldiers being killed? To rub it in, they followed with killing another 8 soldiers. To rub it in, villages, almost on daily basis, that is the news, everywhere in Nigeria. This man has delivered nothing and is poised to deliver nothing. Well, they have not moved an inch Nigeria from consumption and waste to production, and they will not do it. They will not stop the killings and start the healing. Well, they will not stop the stealing and start the keeping. And they will not stop slide of Nigeria, and they cannot start decline.
Well, I mean, the international community, certainly some in the international community, would beg to differ with your assessment, because I wonder what your reaction is to the latest Fitch international ratings agency, which is hugely respected across the world, and that is the front page of this day newspaper today. Fitch has rated Nigeria's credit worthiness as stable. It's given it a B minus. I mean, surely that suggests that international confidence, and it did actually say that, in the Tinubu government is growing. Well, can I just make the point? Even though, in fairness to some of the points that you're making, according to Fitch, that rating is constrained by what they described as weak governance, low non-oil revenue, security challenges, which you talked about, high inflation, low forex reserves, and weakness in the exchange rate framework. Nevertheless, for somebody who just started in office about 5-6 months ago, to have that kind of rating from...
I have a lot to say.
Go ahead. To have that kind of rating is pretty impressive.
Charles, it would have been more productive if you listen to Nigerians on the streets. More productive if you go into the villages and find out from those whose families are abducted. Find out from average Nigerian worker when they go to buy foodstuff in the market. Not Fitch. Fitch don't know you. They don't know Nigerians. They don't know. Look, I live on statistics. I eat, I sleep statistics. So does Obi. We create statistics.
Yeah, but Fitch are the people who give...
Are you forgetting...
Who impress the international community to bring their investment into this country?
Are you forgetting the likes of Fitch and those rating agencies are those who were largely responsible for the 2008-9 financial crisis? But look, let's not go into those lines. Let's come back to Nigeria. All I'm telling you, you're looking the wrong way. If you want to know what's happening in Nigeria, come to us in Nigeria and don't read those statistics because they are misleading. They always speak about growth. It's not growth actually that matters, those figures that give you, because there is nothing as misleading as far as welfare is concerned as growth. The stethoscope you use in measuring the heartbeat of an elephant, for example, China, cannot be the same one you use to measure the heartbeat of a rat. Smaller countries, I won't call any country a rat. Do you understand? Leave that aside. Let's come back to Nigeria and speak about what is happening in our streets, in our villages, in our markets. These people have not done any bold step. The only bold thing they did was to shut down IRF. The only bold thing they did was to misapply force on the weak Nigerian institutions that we have. Now, ask this question. For someone that has been playing God, in quotes, for such a long time like Alhaji Tinubu, and it is time for a mortal, like maybe Obi, or somebody to put him in his right place. For someone who has wielded so much power in a country like Nigeria, where is that power in the last 6 months for them to apply in our welfare and our security? They cannot do it. They are in power for themselves, for their ego, for their wealth, for their comfort, for their own considerations, not for Nigeria. We are pinged about every soul that is killed that is abducted and killed. We are paying by every naira that is paid as ransom. And we are committed to stopping that. And stopping we will. And I'm telling you, give these people...
as a member of the opposition?
Stopping we will whenever we get the power to do this.
So between now...
let me finish. Mm-hmm. Where is the power? The same kind of power they used in getting Mahmoud Yakubu 4 a.m. to declare them against the provisions of the Constitution. Where is that power? To prop up the exchange rate of Naira, to stop the killings. They don't have it and they will not do it.
Well, you did say that you wanted to move forward because obviously we've established the fact that the election is over. You have grievances against the results, but he's been affirmed by the Supreme Court.
You said methodical. Let's now be methodical. What I want to tell you is that the big picture, we say democracy is government. Well, let me just go. Democracy is not government of the people, for the people, by the people. Democracy is government of the people who have earned their rights, for the people who can protect their constitution, by the people who can exercise civil liberties.
So, given what
when they say people, what kind of people? The people who fold their arms while their constitution is violated, then democracy is not for you. I have said it. It belongs to only those who can practice it with due respect. Just hold on.
Right. I was going to ask you what your assessment of the state of democracy is in Nigeria, given what you just said.
It is poor. The people have to wake up to the challenges. For a people that are ready to accept anything, then anything will happen to them. Again, in quotes. You see, a fraction of 1% difference in a political DNA of a society can spell the difference between servitude and freedom. Last year, you saw it. Indian farmers sat in a location for 1 year because of one obnoxious government policy until Indian government reversed it. Before the war in Israel, Israelis were in the street for 16 weeks, counting. You can count so many other countries. Nigerians are not yet ready to do this. As I'm speaking to you, the likes of my former friend who would say is treason is all that, I am educating Nigerians. Rise up for your rights. No justice of Supreme Court will give you democracy.
Yeah,
you have to go out.
But they're not going to be able to reverse that, are they?
They will.
I mean,
Nigerians, this is
constitutionally.
No. Constitutional and legal. And this is where I differ. With all modesty, okay, I don't mind being alone on this. But I know I'm not breaking any law, and I have never had a criminal record.
So what are you actually calling on the people to do? I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I'm getting to that.
Sure. We're running out of time. So
I'm saying that, and again, this is instructive. I'm saying that we, the people that stood to form the Nigerian Constitution today, it is not over. For we, the people, power is that which remains standing when there is nothing to oppose it. A leader is he who remains followed when there is nobody to challenge. Authority is that which is implemented when there is nothing to stop it. They have the leaders in place now with wielding authority, with political power. But power and sovereignty belongs to the Nigerian people. We, the people, on whose behalf an elected government is exercising that authority. Now, where the people are dissatisfied with the rulings of their courts, they own Nigeria. Alhaji Tinubu does not own Nigeria. Peter Obi does not own Nigeria.
Yeah, but
Nigerians on the street own Nigeria.
But the APC,
listen, I'm getting to the point.
The APC would argue that you don't own Nigeria either. That you have a portion of the electorate that voted for you.
I'm not telling you it is not over. I'm telling you it is not over. For Peter Obi and me, it is over. For we, the people, the Nigerian people, at any point in time, they can take back Nigeria. Especially where their constitution has been violated. Especially where all that the Supreme Court ended up doing was to sustain the unconstitutionality of a certain election.
Let me come in here, because between now and 2027, which is when the next presidential election is due, how do you think things will play out? And what role do you see yourself and Peter Obi and the Labour Party playing in that?
When the Nigerian people rise to defend their constitution, anything can happen. And
well, that sounds quite a bit worryingly frightening.
We are in a worryingly frightening situation. I told you I'm not here to repeat what you've been hearing. And I was prepared to come here. I have never had a criminal record. I love my peace. And I'm repeating that when the Nigerian people decide, Nigeria is theirs for the taking. And any fraudulently elected government, is fair game for them. Nigerian people have the right, the constitutional right. As we speak now, DSS can go and interpret. They have lawyers there, police, agent, every day can go and interpret. The Nigerian people have that power. Not Obi or Atiku or anybody. Nigerian people have the power at any point in time to take their country. All they have to do, not even seek approval. They give notice.
It's interesting.
And listen, you turn away the barrel of your guns, away from the Nigerian people, and point them at the enemies of Nigeria. This country belongs to Nigerians.
Well, you've made that point.
When Nigerians decide, but if they want to practice democracy, they will take this country. It has happened before. The military decided, they took Nigeria for so long, they fixed Nigeria and handed it back. Now, whoever thinks that the Supreme Court will give democracy from any courtroom, the way it appears now is mistaken.
It's
Nigerians have to go out.
You've made that point.
Nigerians have to go out and democracy. And this is not a treasonable comment.
I
am not a careless person. I have never.
You've thought the things you're saying
thought it through very, very well. Well, the Constitution is made by Nigerian people. The Supreme Court is a sub of one chapter that the Nigerian people constitutionally came out that we, the people, and the same Constitution says that no person or groups of persons shall take over the governance of Nigeria or any part thereof, except as prescribed by this Constitution. And go and read the Constitution of Nigeria. The serving Alhaji Tinubu Malam Shetima government breaches the Nigerian Constitution.
Okay, can I come in here for a minute?
Yes.
Because you mentioned Kashim Shettima.
Yes.
Your brother, the spokesman of the Northern Elders Forum, Hakeem Baba Ahmed, is of course now serving as a special advisor on political matters to the Vice President Kashim Shettima, which means that he might have to help Mr. Shettima to devise a strategy for dealing with political opponents such as yourself, his brother. Does that rub you up the wrong way, given all the things you've just said about that government? Your own brother is now working for them?
Charles, I am after the government. I'm not after appointment. I am after the president and the vice president who were fraudulently elected, unconstitutionally elected. I cannot come down to speak about any appointment. He is by far my senior brother. So there's no way to say he's an adult or he has his own rights or his own life to live. Our politics are completely detached. And in fact, it is his boss I know, not him. And his boss, since you brought this question, he is not exactly a responsible gentleman. With all the things that they've been doing, now you brought up this issue, I didn't want to talk about it. You see, they attempted something on my safety, on my security, and I was able to find out 10 minutes to time. And God so kind, I was able to avoid. They tried to get me into one of those yellow houses down the road, get people to come and arrest me there, and use that to rig the judgment. I became so inquisitive, and I dodged within 10 minutes, only for me to come and find out, based on strong suspicion, where it came from. And with what I see, then the strangulations in Lagos in the past, yes, they happened, and they were for a reason. The people gunned down in Borno State, it happened, and yes, it was for a reason. I think Peter Obi and myself have been lucky to have stood today to give that press conference. So the least, taking my senior brother to give him an appointment is the least of my worries. I'm not worried about any appointment.
Right. Well, let me bring in another.
If he likes, he can go and take the entire Baba Ahmeds and give them ministers. I don't mind.
Well, let me try.
I will still.
You still stand by the things you say.
It is an unconstitutional.
Which is impressive that you stand firmly by your beliefs.
Yes.
But you were called fascist by the Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka because you and Peter Obi claimed you had won the election. He used those words. He accused you of trying to force a lie on the Nigerian people. How much did that broadside affect you, coming from someone with such a stature as Wole Soyinka?
Please, I respect him too much, and I have more important issues to discuss. Hey! Let's go to another question.
Right, so you don't want to talk.
I don't talk about.
Okay.
Well, come back to Shetima, and I'll talk about Shetima.
Well, let me talk about something.
A very irresponsible gentleman.
Let me talk about something that is
the vice president or whatever that he is. I'm telling you that he has conducted himself in so many ways in these 6 months that demean the office of vice president, and I'm not happy about it, especially the way he's been treating our elder, Atiku Abubakar. For God's sake, Atiku Abubakar is getting to 80. He is by no measure of imagination Shetima's mate. How can Shetima come out and say that the Kanuris crack jokes with Fulanis, therefore he's going to retire him to Dubai or Morocco? And these are very personal issues. What kind of an irresponsible statement is that to me?
Well, I am not privy to having said that. For him,
I am, and it is true.
And obviously, the vice president's
So what I'm saying is that leave Soyinka out.
Yeah.
Bring who matters to me like Shetima. Bring Alhaji Tinubu. Look, even Tinubu, I have much respect for Tinubu. You heard Shawari criticizing me for me calling Tinubu uncle. I call him uncle. I said, you saw the picture that I went to greet him in the mosque, and they said that I went to plead. No, it's just respect. But the fact that I respect his age doesn't mean that I will not call him a drug dealer.
Yeah,
or a certificate forger.
Well, I don't think you should call him those things.
I will.
Unless you have
That is why I said do not
evidence.
plug him in.
Yeah,
the evidence is there.
Yeah, but can I just make the point that on Arise News, they have a right to reply to the things that you said.
One of them will come tomorrow.
And we're giving them
one of them will come tomorrow. Let them come and say
that right.
Let them come and say that he didn't forfeit $460,000.
Well,
let them come and say that
I want to tackle you. I want to bring up issues, and I don't mean to interrupt you. My apologies, but I want to deal with issues because we've got about 5 minutes or so left. I want to deal with issues that are upcoming because you did say at the outset you wanted to move forward. Off-season elections are, of course, due on November the 11th in 3 states, Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo. The Inspector General of Police has just redeployed the Commissioner of Police.
That's not my line.
In Imo.
I don't have any answer for you. That's not my line.
Right, because I was going to ask you, is it, I mean, we saw, for example, to assess the chances of the Labour Party there.
That's not my line. Come back to the substance of democracy, of what the Fourth Republic has done.
I want to eat Shetima.
You know, we all have our specialities in this game that we do. I don't know about those elections.
Yeah, but you're the vice presidential candidate of the party, and the more your party gains political traction,
speak to me on where I have strength. I know. Speak to me where I have strength on. That one is for the party chairman and His Excellency, my boss Peter Obi. They can handle that. But come back to the issue of constitutional breach.
Bring Shetima.
Come back to the issue of the rights of the Nigerian people. Come back to the fact that I keep telling you, it is not over. If the Nigerian people decide to rise, they will reclaim Nigeria. The Europeans came. There was no constitution. And they had power. They colonized Africa. So power is when you have the power to do and nobody can say. Now, Nigerians can take this power because their constitution has been breached.
Right.
That constitution is there. So they had faith. Right. Nigerians had faith.
I think you've made that point over and over again. Right. We've got about 3 minutes left.
Yes.
What is your next move?
Continue in this line of protecting Nigerian constitution. Continue in this line of creating awareness in Nigerian political system. Continue in the Labour Party and the Obedient Movement with Peter Obi. Continue to sensitize Nigerians and then continue to tell the people in power that they have unconstitutionally taken over Nigeria, sustained by the Supreme Court, and they are destroying our dear country. They are destroying the future of our children. And for doing that, I will continue to say exactly what I have said.
Right. But if they were to...
There is no way to fight an individual or group of individuals like to destroy their country or to destroy the future of their children.
But if they were to approach you and Peter Obi and the Labour Party and said they wanted to sit down with you and look at the sort of reforms, for example, that could be put into Nigeria to make this place better for everybody, for example, things like restructuring, electoral reform, would you participate in that?
Can Tinubu Shetima resign and get the Senate president sworn in to conduct a new election?
Well, it is unlikely that they'll do that.
So we cannot support them.
Okay.
We cannot. Anything that deviates from how the Constitution provides it, we will not.
Okay. Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed, Vice Presidential Candidate of the Labour Party. It was lovely to have you.
Any suru, I have special number song for them.
Kilo mu pomo wa, awo ẹran ló mú pomo wa, ó lé iyán wọgbó, ó lé ẹ̀bà wọlé yébà, ó wá jọba lórí ìrẹsì, awo ẹran ló mú pomo wa. Kilo mu pomo wa, awo ẹran ló mú pomo wa, ó lé iyán wọgbó, ó lé ẹ̀bà wọlé yébà, ó wá jọba lórí ìrẹsì, awo ẹran ló mú pomo wa.
Ṣé ẹ ti gbọ́?
Yeba.
I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother Jimmy. Honestly speaking, I don't know there's anything to say after this man's speech. I just felt like the whole atmosphere, like we have forgotten what we heard on Monday. It's just like Nigeria just listening, got energized, and went back.
We can barely hear you, bro.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, better.
Okay, I see. Just like Nigerians heard something and went back to sleep. That his speech is a speech that, honestly speaking, in the midst of all what he said, I would just sum it by saying we continue to create awareness, we continue to sensitize Nigerians, and when Nigerians are ready, Nigerians will take back their country. Tinubu and cons. Tinubu and cons. It is not yet over. The Supreme Court has blown their own whistle. The real whistle lies in the hands of Nigerians. What are you as a person doing to sensitize or sanitize the next person or your immediate environment or your community of friends, relatives to get this information out there? That Nigerians, it is not over. Oh. They don't want to go stand up, say, from the north to the south to the west to the east, and every part of Nigeria say, it don't do us. Let us pursue these criminals, these vagabonds. The day we stand up as a people is when we truly say it is over. But if we choose not to stand up, and I'm saying this for Nigerians on ground, because we that we are online, we have been standing up to this criminal for so. In fact, we are the reason why this criminal is still called a criminal today in the world. Online people are the reason. Online work done. We have done our own work. We have stood the ground. We have fought the fight. We have made sure that he has not gotten any legitimacy on social media and in not just social media, in the international world. All foreign presidents are dodging him. Do you understand what it means that you're the president of the biggest black nation on earth? You should be the jewel of the black nation. People supposed to rush you. But everybody's running away from this guy, not because the Nigerians on ground have done anything, but because Nigerians online have, forever we have held our fort and we have been pressing this criminal's neck. So for me, I feel this Datti's message is so important that we should not just, it's not a one space something, oh, we just had that space reaction and oh, it is over, let us, no. Imagine what that man said in that, look at this interview, now play it and say it's the voice of P2B. I can bet you that by now, all the vuvuzelas will be out, insulting him, calling him IPOP. APC, why people not calling Tinubu, calling Datti Boko Haram? APC, don't you have a response to it? He called Tinubu a drug dealer online. Call Datti Boko Haram now. Call him Fulani Herdsman. Insult him, as you always do to P2B. Any small thing, IPOP, any small thing this, any small... Insult Datti, he has on national TV to the whole world. He called Tinubu a certificate forger, an illegitimate president. He said all these things repeatedly.
On national TV.
On national TV. APC, I challenge you freaking cowards. Open a space and react to Datti. Children of the evil forest. But alas, you people are empty. Empty like the head of your of the criminal drug baron. Let me play one more clip before bringing speakers. Please, if you're in Nigeria and you're not reacting, I'm saying it now, you're in Nigeria and you're not going out there, going out to the market square, shouting on top of your voices, mobilizing Nigerians to wake up and see that they have to take back your country, starting from your region. And I'm saying this because from tomorrow, some people are already taking actions. And tomorrow you will hear the scores. Nigerians already, some people have reached out to me that, sir, you will see what we're doing. Please let us see things people are doing also. Don't just come out here and be listening and be taking all the glory. Please also be acting. Thank you. Let me just, before I pass the mic on and bring up speakers, let me just play a 2-minute clip. N6 sent to me. I think this soundbite, it's up on the Jumbotron, but I think it's good we hear this as a follow-up to this wonderful speech by just had by Datti right now. Thank you, guys.
Imploring the people and all the peoples around the world, for God's sake, stop giving your democratically elected governments the benefit of the doubt. They are not deserving of that. They are not. Stop rationalizing whatever your government is doing. Stop rationalizing and come up with some good intentions. They have no good intentions. Never. As I said before, in the entire history of mankind, there has never been a political elite concerned about the well-being of regular people. And it isn't any different now. Why should it? Stop giving them the benefit of the doubt. Because I can tell you, you cannot comply your way out of a tyranny. It is impossible. Trying to do so, you will only feed a gigantic alligator in the hopes of being eaten last. But guess what? Your turn will come, and then you will be the one swallowed up. I also have to ask the people, end your silence. Speak up. For God's sake, stop complying. Start rebelling. They're out to get you if you do not resist. I would also urge you to stop voting for those who inflict the psychological abuse on you, who mock you for their own good. In order to deal with this unfree world, to defy this unfree world, I have decided to become so absolutely free that my very existence is an act of rebellion. And that's what we all need to do.
Oh yeah, Nigerians, I don't hear them. I don't hear them. I don't hear them. It is time to rebel. I said the only thing that can save Nigeria now is outright revolution. Outright revolution. Nigeria just come out and any of your politicians where you catch, the fact that they do all those criminals in a catch for market, that treatment, that is the only way. That is the only way to save that country. Because we have tried it peacefully with these criminals. They have shown that their hands in that cookie jar cannot be removed by they want violence. They don't want peace. They want people of peace. No, voila, guys. Let's keep the conversation rolling. Thank you guys for joining us. Let's have a wonderful conversation as we have always done on the platform.
Madam, I beg, based on high demand, people don't do my neck now. I beg, me no verse.
Kí ló mú pọ̀nmọ́ wá? Àwọn ẹran ló mú pọ̀nmọ́ wá. Ó lé ìyẹn wọgbó, ó lé ẹ̀bà wọlé yébà. Ó wá jọba lórí ìrẹsì. Àwọn ẹran ló mú pọ̀nmọ́ wá.
Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ o, àbẹ́ náà ni. Back to you.
Oh, but that yeba, that ain't the boss my head.
Yeba.
Oh my goodness. Nigerians, Ronu. Ronu, Nigerians, Ronu. This criminal in power, they will eat people, eat your destiny, eat your children's children. They don't have limit, This was their stomach. They feel, they feel,
They spend more on enjoyment than on healthcare. Kai.
Rono, Nigerians. No wahala. Let's keep a conversation rolling. Okay, let's take a lady. Guys have been speaking for so long. So I'll start with you, Omoye Kona. I hope you're a lady. If you're not a lady, use lady picture. I will not charge you because the Nigerian
really. This is not the first time I'm speaking on this
so
case.
Really? Go help lady. You come to send a man.
Can't I crack my joke?
You're capping. You guys.
Can't I crack my joke?
Okay, all right. I'll let you crack it, please.
The man that is in Aso Rock, he's a man in the night. He's a woman in America. He's you can also choose to talk
a man in high school and a woman in uni.
If your voice changes now and I say hello, it's Omo here. No wahala.
I'm going to muffle the voice now and speak like a man to confuse everybody.
You have this news, my sister. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Emir Saddam. Thanks for your hard work. Thanks to everyone. Honestly, N6, I'm not going to say you be musician. No. Hey, singist in the house. When I found out your audio tape, I was like, what the heck? Where are they since? Hey, that's particular music supposed to be trend. What are you doing? It's supposed to go global. We will carry our person waiting. Thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed it for putting out that track. My brother Jimmy, thank you very much. Jimmy, it be like say you go do space, give coaching on this your memes and this your songs where they give us every.
I say data for Nigeria is the cheapest in the world. The Nigerian data is one of the cheapest in the world.
Yeah, the cheapest in the world.
Has that affected your network?
Does not affect.
You have 250 MB remaining.
Oh my goodness, I beg. E good more we laugh because Nigeria matter, we need, now I understand why we have so many comedians. I did wonder before, it making so much sense. Everything going on in Nigeria enough to run people mad. I'm telling you. And I appreciate all the comedy. Now, going back to basis, right? Thank you for playing that video of Ahmed Datti again. That video alone, it puts na my story time for night before I go sleep. Because we need to set fire in the hearts of people for them to understand. For Nigerians, I don't know how they can get these messages, like videos like Ahmed Datti's video and the lady's video, the one that spoke, I think at the UN or so, to the grassroots. Because those are the people that really need to hear it. I don't know how we can get this message across, to be honest with you. Because everywhere in Nigeria now not safe. Now they're talking about NLC protests for Imo State. I'm like, can't it multiply all over? Because that country is a jungle. It's a jungle. Anything goes. It's on a free fall. So what do they talk about? Nothing is happening in that country. I don't know. I'm hoping that every day I wake up and I'm expecting to see a revolution. I'm expecting to see a spark somewhere. I really am looking and rooting for it. Yes, I said it. I'm rooting for it silently and loudly too. Because what's the point? Everything that can happen in a psychiatric home is happening in Nigeria. Worse than a psychiatric home. People are not safe. Nobody. You come out, the chances of the person coming back is very slim. Imo State election. My Imo people, my Bayelsa people, my Kogi people, more na ready. They say now who person when to say now we have one person madness stop, now another one to start. You see this one, who be that man when he can't give interview for Arise News? That things that they call and when they say we beat. That one supposed to be motto. You wear that t-shirt. We beat. Because we cannot play it the way it was done during the presidential election. Nigerian election na craze. Now they say they go vote for Nigerian election. You must get craze. I'm telling you. How else are we going to take it from these people if we do not show? Everybody has a dark side to them. People just choose what side they portray. Everybody has the capacity to bring out the beast in them. Now cloths, now they cover some of us, our body. To be honest, they cannot do more than you because it doesn't make any sense because there's no other way. We've tried everything all the way to the Supreme Court. What did they tell you in Nigeria? Like, all that does not matter. They're telling you it's a jungle. Anything goes. They beat up an NLC chairman who I don't really give a damn about because they always go behind and collect bribes. That singular act, I would assume that it should propel people from every corner in Nigeria to come out on every laborer. Whether you anywhere, make the whole. I'm serious. I'm sorry to those people who feel like, oh, not the airport. Airport inclusive. That country is not working. What's the point? You go to work. People who have not gotten paid for God knows how long. You are working for free. And on top of that, nobody cares. If anything happens to you, oh well. Oh well. Nothing is so it's pointless for me. So my people in Imo State, Kogi State, and Bayelsa, ready, carry everything when you feel carry. I'm telling you, not just go there with your waka, your stroll, wear slippers, carry this, like say nothing dey happen. Just know that as you dey go fight. Have it in mind. If you're gonna get back your country, get back your state with that man when e dey Imo State, when e be like say him and devil na the same plate that they eat from, that man has to go. That man really needs to go. People need to come together and kick him out. Somebody that came forth, all of a sudden is now the one threatening and doing all kinds of things in Imo State. It should not be allowed. It should not be. It's sad to watch everything happening, but it is what it is. We've gotten to this point. The question is, are you willing to take it back? That's the question. By the same, I love the attitude of the gubernatorial candidate in Bayelsa State. That is the energy that people that are vying for governorship election in Nigeria, that is the attitude they need to have. That man, yes, we beat. Print a t-shirt when you are going to the polling unit. We beat. Anybody go in groups. Anybody when misbehave, wanna draw in leg, enter quarrel, do the needful. We beat. Simple. We cannot continue like this. Is this the kind of country you want to leave to your children and your children's children? Do you want them to be, you all love your children right now. Do you want them to have to go through this? I don't think so. I don't think so. Emia Sadamila said you don't raise hand. My arrest, my yield for now. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, my sister Moye. Thank you very much. Honestly speaking, we beat. That's the only way going forward. That everybody that comes near the ballot should understand that ballot is your life. Your life rests and lies on that ballot. If you escape, if they send you, go steal ballot, you come back alive. You will live to tell the tales. That is the mindset going forward. Don't trust no police. If they like to send 3 million army, may they go bring army from Israel and Palestine. Come. You see video. Say army Israel, Palestine and come to safeguard your thing. Don't trust them, this system. Especially with this criminal in Aso Rock. Be ready to die and defend your votes. That's the way going forward. All right, let's go on real quick with the conversation. Thank you very much, guys. If you're up here and you want to speak, please, your hands should be up. Tosin, you have been here for the longest, so I think I'm going to come to you, Tosin. I'm not Tosin with Shuto. Well, I have two Tosins here, so I'll take the other Tosin. Tosin with T for integrity. T for integrity, you've been here for the longest. You have the space in 5 minutes. Good evening.
Good evening, Emia Saddam. Thank you very much for doing this again today. Thank you, Jimmy. Everyone, thank you so much. Everyone in the space, always looking forward to the next Vawulence space. Thank you for all the sacrifice and all of the good works. Just to probably pick up on what Field Marshal said, I don't know if we need to look into that, but I think it's very, very important. Now, while she was speaking, I was just thinking about Nadeko. I think Jimmy, at the long run, said he was going to join Nadeko, and I wonder if Nadeko was actually not registered or probably have themselves together, if that would have happened. But I think for the obedient movement, if we can actually probably look into what Field Marshal said, and probably, I don't know if also, like, we have Vawulence space. After today now, it's still next. It will be next week, and we have pockets of space out there. But are we going to say, okay, Vawulence space officially obedient space? But this can be looked into by you guys, and then probably with our principal, just to see, give you direction, so that way we actually coordinated and we move as things progress. But I think it's ideal to look into it. Thank you very much. Now, on the issue of what's going on, last night I said this to a couple of people. Last night I was on my dinner table and I was just thinking about the country Nigeria, and all of a sudden just dawned on me that na Mahmoud Yakub play Magomago just come put this criminal drug baron for Aso Rock. And I was just like, it was just racking around my head, like, nothing can actually work in that country as it is right now. Everything is on a standstill. And I just went on my Twitter Angela, and I saw Mombolan just put something there. I was like, wow, honestly, I was just thinking about this. And so to the Agbados or to whoever you think you are out there supporting this evil, nothing is working in the country. As much as this guy remains there, nothing is going to work. It should be clear to you now that INEC just said yesterday that all of a sudden, electronic collation of results is illegal. It was on Punch. Electronic collation of results is illegal now. That was what INEC said. And so, apart from we beat, maybe we can even say it in other languages. We beat means we give them authority. You come carry ballot box. You should not go home with your 2 legs that you used to come to the polling units. Or probably maybe if they fit come out one and say, just carry mark go out for you even coming out say you walk on carry ballot box, because all this evil need to stop. This nonsense need to stop. And to my emo light out there, people in Kogi, do whatever you can do to protect your votes. Whatever you can do it to protect your vote, because this Mahmoud Yakub is bent on converting INEC to APC extension. And so we must, on our own, make them understand that you cannot do this evil and keep on doing it. It has to stop. To the Emolite, Kogi people, Bayelsa, go out and vote and make sure that your vote counts. Protect your vote. Have your phone charged, everything intact. Carry your bag. As you carry your bag, if now scissors, if you be a tailor, put your scissors inside. Add koboko, join them. Wet koboko where you don't put inside water. You don't go buy them tomorrow. Soak them inside water. Put them inside your bag as you go. If you throw your bag, if you feel right, we beat, put them there. Just to make sure say they no go back home the same way they come. Because we need to revive it. Our country must get better. And it must start from somewhere. So I will not overhog the mic, but if you don't understand what is happening to Nigeria now, nothing is working, nobody is bringing anything because of this career criminal. And so if Nigerians, after you hear what that Baba made serve you, he served you a buffet, and you're asking Ahmed, you don't serve the buffet, give us cutlery. Hey, I don't know what you are waiting for. By now, you should have by yourself pick cutlery and then eat the streets. Not this one that this nonsense Ajero is doing. Where was he ever since when we are crying for this whole thing? So Nigerians, it's still up to you. Datti has given us a blank check. It's up to you. The aspirants are doing all they could. If a grandmother can go out there to protest with a condition, I wonder what Nigerians are doing. And I really don't understand. Honestly, each time, Moibolanle, God bless you a million and million and million times all over and all over again, because you are such an inspiration. You're just a blessed individual to this generation, and God will keep you. And as men are doing this, God, people don't understand when Jimmy talks how he stick his neck out there. You think APC they are not in Chicago. You know what people are going through to do what they are doing for this movement, and you feel that, oh, you're in diaspora, come home. If you are saying come home, I think something they do you. If you know if by now, if you know if you carry that food that is serve you, go serve APC, eat the street. I don't know what you are doing, but I'll let it be for now. Thank you very much, Emia Saddam, for allowing me and the crew. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
God bless you, my brother. Thank you, Tosin. It's good to have you back on space, my brother. Welcome Nigeria. Joma Peb, Coupe, Di Bam Bam. You know the rest. So welcome, my brother. It's good to have you. Why you dey laugh now? Why you dey laugh? I don't speak well. Wembley, Nigeria. I don't speak well.
Me, I know what you do with the talk, sir.
Welcome, my brother. It's good to have you on space. You can go on, my brother. Take it away from me, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Saddam. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. That NC is what we don't hear about. Good evening, Jimmy. Good evening to everybody on the space. I say a couple of, like Distinguished said at the beginning, because I've been listening actually. I've been listening and I know say by this speaker session go they agree me to unmute mic sometimes. So I said, let me join and be listening and keep the phone far away from me. Uh, thank you to everybody on the space. Like Distinguished has said earlier, the violence space has become a place where Nigerians come to just feel seen. Although sometimes that sanity, uh, it could be some form of comfort to an extent. But I mean, I think that's the least we can do for ourselves, because if you go by the reality on ground, so if you try to, I have a feeling there are so many, which bring me to Saddam. Probably for one of our brother came on the space some time back and said we should probably need to find a way to advertise violence space, or at least find a way to put it out there. I told him that okay, you should think about it and send me whatever concept he had, and he just sent it to me today. So I would forward it, which is something that I have a feeling if a couple of Nigerians, if a lot of Nigerians know this violence space as this, with the amount of madness, maybe some grandmama say for don't go find way buy small Android for me that the joy space, maybe for those they feel like say because the level of because Nigeria is a very big country, the level of problems that we have in the country, so everybody suffers like individually. I think what we have not been able to do successfully is to aggregate our suffering collectively. So, and that's why it's easier for these guys, especially when they don't have the tools of religious bigotry and ethnic bigotry. So it's just easier for them to throw it in there. So the day we will eventually unite in suffering. I mean, it's something we did in 2020, this 2022, living to 2023, but it's just that in that particular phase, we did it with the view of being able to change the system through what Donald Duke referred to as a passive revolution. Because like a couple of people have said, or somebody said some time back on this space, I mean, we're actually in a revolution, right? So for those that probably feel like, oh, you want to draw back, you want to, I mean, it's okay to. I'm not saying we are going to have the strength to keep, not really the strength. I'm not saying, if for any reason, of course, during the election or prior to the election, there was I don't think zeal is the word, but there was, outright something we're looking forward to, right? And that's one thing about looking forward to something. The way we are gathered here now, if there was a way we could know that, okay, there will be a revolution in January 25th, or we know a date, of course, I'm sure we'll probably want to be hosting space every day and all that. So, of course, when there's not that, there's not election, INEC has done their part in destroying what is left of Nigerian democracy that we've been struggling with for so many years. Just, okay, let's keep patching. INEC, not really, I mean, Mahmoud Yakub and his current INEC came in one sweep and wiped everything. I think that was not bad enough. Judiciary did what they did. So it's crazy where we are, and Nigerians out there are suffering individually. Everybody, everybody para for each other. One Nigerian is angry with another Nigerian. They don't really know who the real enemy is, or some know, but they just feel some are clouded by ethnic bigotry, some are clouded by religious bigotry, and so many things. So, it's a big in operations. There's something. I mean, it's a big constraint that we have to deal with. If I have to put it like that in some of this their academic language, if you have to deal with that kind of constraint that we're having to deal with, it's also okay for you to look at it as what it is, a constraint, and see what you can do. Like Datti was saying in that video that Jimmy played all through, like Saddam said, I feel like every time you play that video is so golden. I feel like probably we may not get it now until you play it in, 2-3 years time, probably, hopefully, after maybe when Nigeria is going through a reset phase. Because I don't think we can deal with this I don't think Nigerians can deal with this to 2027. It's going to be, I mean, if Nigerians can deal with this to 2027, we all collectively, we need to look at ourselves in the mirror, to be honest. It's going to be very, very crazy. But nonetheless, it's always good to be on Vawulence space. For the NLC protest, I saw it, of course, because I'm somewhat a little bit busy at the moment. So my online presence is somewhat sparse. So, but every now and then, Twitter is a go-to app. You just quickly go to Twitter and see, at least, maybe you know whether Nigeria know they catch fire or one other country know they catch fire or something. But, so I saw that today, and it was met with mixed feelings. So a lot of these people had the opportunity. They saw what was going on. Like NCs was saying, they were negotiating, So that part of me just see it and care less, right? But the part of me that wants to, see Nigeria work, which is a very dominant part of me, we see it and be like, I really wish these people could look beyond just the symptom, beyond just one symptom, and know what the problem is. And for every day I wake up and I come around and I see what's happening in Nigeria, every day I look at it and keep hoping that, people can understand the level of problem we are in as a country. I understand it. Is why I'm at peace with myself, and I know, knowingly that, leading to this phase, we've done our best. In fact, we went over and beyond our best. So personally, I don't feel any, I don't have any regret whatsoever. And I know that the least we can do going forward is to keep pushing and ensuring we, educate people. The elections coming up on Saturday, like I said on Tuesday, quite unfortunate, the level of setback. I've been listening to people come on the space, and I probably just make that call as well. I think I really would want to, if it's, because I don't know if it's me, but I've almost, except maybe for Imo State, I think I've heard a couple of people, who are in Imo State. And this is what we say every time. Like, I think Saddam says it. A couple of people say it. Space is good. Twitter is awesome. But sometimes let's not make the mistake of thinking we are very powerful people. But let's not make the mistake of thinking we are, those of us on Twitter, or, the obedience now on Twitter, are really, like, we just end here, like, so many other people out there. I was just thinking, I've not really had someone come and say, I'm going to vote in Bayelsa, so I'm preparing and all that. So keep advising and all that. But even if it's just one person that is here that will take that advice that we have been saying, it is very crucial. Your life may depend on it. And when I say your life, I don't mean your life electorally. Now, I don't mean if you elect. I mean your life on that election day. What APC has turned the election into is crazy, and so we have to all be prepared. I think Jimmy said it yesterday. Also, I think I saw a tweet, whether from Jimmy or somebody, that said, God knows I'm not doing. In fact, as of now, I said, I don't want to hear anything from judiciary. So I really wouldn't want to even be thinking, oh, there was an election. Oh, you guys tried. It looks as if you won. But, they stole it. Now you are going to court. I'm not sure say Uden's game. Uden's not going to use money go court. So I trust Uden's to just do what he needs to do. Not him in person, motivate Bayelsans now to do what they need to do to take back their state. And that goes for Imo, and a couple of other Imo and Kogi states. So it will be interesting. I hope we don't have to come on Violence Space on Tuesday next week. I really just hope we don't have to come and be talking about how the election was, stolen or something. I hope that's not the case. But notwithstanding, thanks to everybody for coming on the space. We really do not have a choice. We have to keep. It may not be convenient. It may not be, and I'm talking about both speakers, listeners, host, co-host alike. It really may not be convenient. I know some of you may feel like, I'm not doing fine. You are not doing fine. Let me just, close this chapter and keep going. But I think that would also give our children enough reason to blame us, because sometimes we stay here and blame our parents' generation. Those generation did not really do bad. To be honest, I thought about it recently. They did not do bad. They did not have some of the tools we have. The social media and all that. They tried, they pushed. I think where they went bad is, they pushed and they got to a point and probably gave up. So, in fact, if we give up, we'll be worse because we have more tools. I can understand if they couldn't continue because of the physical intimidation, attacks, and all that. But we have more tools. We have social media to start from, not to end at, but of course, we certainly need to start from here. So, for me, I think there's, like I always say, the option that we do not have is give up. There's the option to be angry. There's the option to cry. There's the option to complain. There's the option to, like the way people used to say it, talk, talk, talk. But in all you do, in all you're getting, in all you decide to do, the option you really don't have is to give up. So on that note, I think I'll just yield the mic ball. So I'm probably, I don't know, Saddam, if you had a cue before I came in.
Yeah, no, just take it with the people that are here already.
Yeah, okay. All right then. All right. So we'll just go with our speakers, and we'll try to take as much speakers today. So please, when you come to the speaker section, ensure your hand is up and try to stick to the time, 5 minutes. Watch my hand. I wouldn't want to play sound, but if I notice you can't see me, I'll probably now need to play sound. So for now, quickly, let me go straight to Oladipo. I know when I was listening, I've been seeing Oladipo and a couple of other people here. So let's start from Oladipo. After Oladipo, we'll come to Call Me Lexi. I'll take it from there. Oladipo, go ahead.
One minute Nigeria. Good evening. How are you doing today? I greet you. Saddam, I greet you. Thank you for everything you guys do. Jimmy, God bless you. The oil will never run dry by God's grace. You see, I'm going to start from this silence on Datti's statement. You see, I believe, I may be wrong, but I believe that Datti is too powerful for these people to handle. That's just the word. Because it is clear that after Datti called Bulaba a drug dealer on live TV, I was expecting that the dogs are going to be let out to start barking. But even the dogs, when they came out, they approached that matter with caution. And it speaks a whole lot, because they know that Datti takes no prisoners. He doesn't care whoever you are. He will respect you, but he will tell you the truth. Because what amazes me is still the fact that the media in Nigeria is so caged that they don't even talk about the real news. It is just about what they are spoon-fed. That's why this hatred is so real. And it's sad that despite the last 6 months of calamity, woes, and suffering, some Nigerians are still so hell-bent on going to hell. Because that's just the word. How can you be living in hell while you are alive and you want to continue the same journey after you die? Because nothing works in Nigeria. That is just it. That's why I would say to everybody in Bayelsa State, Kogi, and Imo, if una like, we all that we don't live in your states, we all can see how useless this hopelessness in Imo is. Yaya Bello has demonstrated the height of irresponsibility. You see, if there is anything more useless than a used toilet paper, that is what Yaya Bello is. The guy is so useless, and you all can see. And now they are putting their machineries in place to rob you again. Are you going to sit silently and wait for you to be robbed? You see, for me, I will tell you one thing, all die na die. You keep quiet, you die. You talk, you die. Why don't you talk, stand your ground, and know that you take your country back, you take your position back? Because we cannot continue like this. Nothing is working. Get your state working, just like the way Abia State is working now. It is clear that the money is available. It is clear that everything can work. But these people are so selfish and so self-centered. And lastly, I want to say this about this whole thing going on. I think that the Muslims, the true Muslims, should come out and really talk about this trash called Dr. Zaik or whatsoever he is that is going around spreading a whole lot of fallacies and nonsense. If you know that you understand what religious freedom is, please speak up, because silence is equal to you supporting evil. When you see evil, knock it out. That is what I have done. Even if the Church of God does nonsense now, I will treat the fuck up. So please, Muslims, speak up. This is wrong. This is wrong. I yield my mic.
All right. Thank you very much, Oladipo. Thank you very much. You know, I mean, I think it's quite obvious that Datti is, and to think that that is an established, that is an established entrepreneur, as in someone that true and true is a complete intelligent mind, true and true. So I don't. Some of the sacrifices that these people make for us, that was speaking that day, I was just thinking that this man has a school somewhere in Abuja. I mean, isn't he afraid that something is just going to happen? But you see, he spoke vehemently, and that, for me, I consider what he said the message, and it's the message that we need to run with. All right, quickly, let's go straight to Call Me Lexi. After Call Me Lexi, we'll come to Otumba.
Yeah, good evening, my fellow violencers. Good evening, Mr. Down. What meaning, Uncle Jimmy? That was a great submission, Uncle Jimmy. For everyone listening, thank you for always coming out. Thank you for coming out to hear your mind. Thank you for listening to us, especially our listeners. Thank you so much. I want to come in like this. It is only a fool. In fact, let me say, if foolishness was a person, it is Nigeria in Nigerians. If foolishness was a person, it is Nigeria in Nigerians. If we are not foolish, I keep saying it, what is it that we want that God has not given to us? Including the weather. But still, we still go out there to pray. For what? Nigerians that struggle to leave Nigeria to the Western world in diasporas, ask them, when last did they go to church? Is God not there? Has God neglected them over there? If we have a good government in Nigeria, 95% of our problem will be solved. 95% of our prayer points, patapata, will be solved. We can see examples. See Alex Oti doing the common thing a common man needed for them to survive. Do they need prayer? It will be only a fool that will tell me that Tinubu won this election. It will only be a fool that will think it is only a prayer that will fix this country. Sizzle was saying it. Hopelessness, or what is his name? He came distant fourth in their past elections. But Supreme Court held him as the governor of Imo State. Go and check Imo State today. That is what happened when you elect a criminal. When you choose a criminal, that is what happened. Do you want to tell me the Imo don't know how to pray? For the past 4 years, you want to tell me they don't know how to pray? That their state is just like that. And you want me to come and join you and be praying? Praying for what? I don't know how big that pastor could be. You mount pulpit and say, let's pray for Nigeria. If I cannot walk out, I will sit down. Because prayer is not our problem. I have already joined the opposition party even before Peter Obi came out, because I know what I want. The best opportunity, the opportunity we Nigerians have for a better life is Peter Obi. That is why we are crying, we are shouting. We saw it. The only opportunity we have to taste a better country for the first time in our life is through Peter Obi, but they jeopardized it. They took it away from us. And you want me to sit down and relax? One of my brother was saying, when will I stop? He responded to one of my status. If it is not somebody I respected, màá sọ̀rọ̀ bá wọn lórí ni. I just tell him, I said, until that criminal drug lord leave that place, until he leave that place, I will keep holding him accountable. He couldn't say anything again. I always say it whenever I have the opportunity to go out, saving Nigeria is in our hand. And let me tell you, Nigerians, and Saddam, if you don't know, you know that a bag of pure water, it is 20 pieces that is inside. It has been reduced to 16. It has been reduced to 16 pieces
What the enka? You dey count
in a
them
bag.
today.
You now just started. And the woman that sold it to me was telling me that Tinubu is not the problem. Then I asked her, Grandma, let me ask you. If something is going wrong in your family, who will they hold responsible? Then he said, her husband. I said, so you know it's your husband. Okay, if you are not blaming Tinubu, okay, now blame Buhari that has left. These are the stories you hear from these foolish people. These are what they are trying to change the narration that it is not Tinubu. Pure water. We all know that among all things, the water is free. Nobody does a business of pure water and have shortage. Now they are having shortage. They cannot reduce the quantity again. They have to took away. They have to took away from the pieces. They reduce it from 20, and it is still getting to 15, 12 until you now get to 5. Imo is an example of a bad governance. It is not God. Until we stand our ground, and they have said it, we will stand on the opposition side. That is why you see Saddam coming here every day, Uncle Jimmy coming here ranting. We are already there before Peter Obi came out. And me, I will keep going. Do you want me to tell you about school fees now? There is no hope in this country again. There is no fucking hope. There is no fucking hope. Don't let anybody come here and gaslight you. I will tell you the truth because I'm collecting day by day from it. There is no hope in this country. If we don't sit down and do the right thing, it will just go like that. What did they ask us to do that we didn't do? I collected my PVC. I passed through all and everything just because I want a better country. Nigerians. Me, I don't have anything I want to tell this NLC. They are all fighting for their stomach. They don't have any hope for a common man. Bayelsa, kogi, if you not like, don't use what you have to get what you want. If you are waiting for any judiciary to give you what you want, they play. I use the mic.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kobe Lexi. That pure water you can't, so you can't leakage day, because let's say normally for the full 20 bag before leakage we did like 3.
Do you get leakage of like 2 or 3 pieces? Remaining 13.
Oh God. But honestly, I noticed prayer space is still there. I think blessing because if they talk this like play, I think APC jazz Nigerians. I mean, because for the woman to be saying it's the need. I know there's bigotry as part of it, but it's the need that some people find to not blame who they are supposed to blame. I don't think I can ever get it. As in the need to exonerate every other person. Even on Twitter here, we see human. Okay, I don't want to say human beings, but I mean it's crazy. It's crazy. So prayer space, maybe since prayer is still ongoing, I think the prayer people's prayer point should shift towards opening the eyes of Nigerians. My father. Every veil closing their eyes. Because now this can only be juju. Oh no, I know there's foolishness is part of it, but this one don't pass. And anyway, Otumba, let's quickly have after Otumba we'll take Tosin Ario.
Yeah, thank you, all in Nigeria. Thank you, Saddam. Thank you, Jimmy, everyone on speaker section, and our able listener. I just came up to talk about the Datti interview. That interview, I can never stop, listening to the interview because he has a lot of messages for all of us. I'm an ardent learner of politics and policies. So before I go to the Datti interview, I just have a quick advice for the Imolites. I may not have enough time to explain this because I want to go back to the Datti interview, but I'll just quickly say this. Please prepare to disable their vehicles, bust their tires. There are many ways to do this thing. So by the time you can cut communication or transportation in any place, you put that enemy on the back foot. So I said this before the presidential election, and I explained this very well before the presidential election with my old Twitter account on a supposed obedient person's space, and the host, who later unraveled afterwards, reported the account, and I had to open the second one I'm using here. So, guys, that's just it. Prepare for anything. I won't tell the Imolites more than this because I want to go back to that issue because that's the main national issue at the moment. So I grew up in a highly political background. My dad bought a minimum of like newspapers daily. I read it.
Sorry, Otumba Dike, sorry. I mean, you can go ahead and speak about it if you want to speak about it, considering the fact that when you spoke about it the last time, they've not shown their madness. And I'm going to repeat it again. Since Supreme Court came up with the madness they came out with, there is no rule of law in that country. On a normal day, we wouldn't encourage any violence on this space, as we've been doing over the years, over the months. But guess what? They've made it now officially known to the whole world that there is no rule of law. And that's the way forward now. You snatch it, you grab it, and you run away with it. And that's the mantra which we'll be playing now, right now. I don't give a fuck who is listening right now. If they need to break bottle, let them break bottle. I'm not ready for any all eyes on judiciary. I'm not ready to go to court. If anybody's going to go to court, let it be the opposition. We know the new game now. Whatever tactics anybody has in mind, let it be known to the people of Imo State, Kogi and Bayelsa. It's now it's all hands on deck. It's not business as usual anymore. I'm saying it loud and clear. Listen loud and clear. Grab it, snatch it, and run away with it. We are getting our country back. Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi, if you like, may not do anyhow. Tuesday. Are you back to you?
All right, thank you very much, Jimmy. Let me just quickly also explain that part. You see, the thing about politics is they don't use talks from your area. All right, they do what they call crossing. They will take one from area A to area B, thereabout. But those talks are actually going to stay in a politician's house overnight because of no movement on that day. And they will be
But
transported to that.
they can't do that anymore now. Now that's why they rented hotels for them. They want to bring in as much talks as possible.
Yeah, the hotel actually is not even really for the talks. Okay, it's not really for the talks, but I won't go into that. The main thing is that on that day of election, they would gather in small shuttle buses and co, or cars, RAV4, very quick vehicles, and they are going to come to the polling center. Now they will do some kind of rubbish, go for the box, but at that moment they've left their transportation very vulnerable. Please, whatever you can do to that vehicle, they will take to their heels. Don't focus on them, focus on that vehicle. I made this submission and I explained it, totally, but I believe I schooled in Imo State in the early 2000s. So I know that Imo State people are not really that calm. When they know all these things, So guys, focus on their transportation. When you cut transportation or you cut communication, the enemy is always on the back foot. So my advice to them is cut their transportation, they will flee. All right. So also can also cut point of exit. That's another advice which relates to transportation. Also, guys, back to that issue. I had a political background, like I was saying. My dad had he bought 3 newspapers daily, and I loved playing crossword puzzles. So, I read articles there. This I'm talking about in the early 90s, thereabout. I always played, crossword puzzle, and I looked forward to the next editions of those papers to confirm my answers thereabout. So I learned a whole lot at a very early age. And in after 1999, yes, early 2000s, there was a program in Nigeria called Crime Fighters, and I'm getting somewhere with this. It's a TV program where criminals are caught by Nigerian police. They'll be interviewed by the press. My dad loved that program. My siblings and I loved that program. But at a point, my dad became angry anytime the program was on. He'll be lamenting. Is it only one tribe that are criminal? That's what he was asking. So why I'm putting this in, what I'm saying this is that some people actually woke up to Nigeria to 2023, 2022. They do not understand the Nigerian state and how it operates. And what we did not notice in Datti Baba Ahmed's interview is that he avoided diversion. He avoided tribal diversion. He avoided the question on Soyinka because that would have gone tribal. He avoided the Southeast own, with the election in Imo in particular. He stuck to issues. And whether we like it or not, that is why they could not attack anything about him. Because if you attack those things, you're only amplifying the issues. He did not take the Soyinka bait. He did not divert into anything. In fact, he even stuck more into what are they calling this guy? Shetima's issue. And most times we want to teach. We do not take our time to actually learn the Nigerian state. Because when you learn the Nigerian state, you are armed already. You become a terror to them because you know what they know and you know where to attack them. Most times we just want to teach, complain, and say our views without trying to learn. You see Datti Baba Ahmed and Peter Obi. These are two leaders. Whether you like it or not, me, I take them as my leader. These are two people I am happy to go all day long learning from them. You understand? Most of us, we just want to come up and say, Peter Obi did not do this one. You not come and lead this one. You should come and do this one, do that one. No. These guys are very sound. Datti Baba Ahmed is a very sound politician, and he left us with a whole lot of things to learn. Every time I watch that interview, I learn something new. So I will advise people, take a hint from Datti Baba Ahmed. Avoid tribal diversion, all this rubbish that APC, they are very good at. The Nigerian cabal and establishments are very good at using tribal diversion to divert your attention, make you talk about rubbish that you're not supposed to, talk about, do rubbish you're not supposed to do, defend rubbish you're not supposed to defend. Stick to the issues like Datti Baba Ahmed. And with this, I yield. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Otumba. Those are like now what we call key point. Key point. For those people who do which exam we did at that time, we carry one small book where they call key point. We do jam or WAEC. If you not get key point for here, we need to go and validate your certificate. We need to go to your school and ask key point. And that's actually I know about this was also said before. I think the governorship election within the general election, is one of the so that's why sometimes a frustration about our reach. We need to please people on the space, whatever you can do to help violence space increase the reach. Imagine if people were there in most states now just they blast this space for last week. I don't hear that tip. Or more, I should say, men for don't go to the rehearse with tire now. Don't they bust tire up and down just to the ready with the election day. Anyway, thank you very much, Otumba. All right, quickly we'll go straight to Tosin. After Tosin, we'll come to Seven before Anzi, so we can take a lady. Tosin, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, women in Nigeria. Amia Saddam, Jimmy, thank you for having me. Yes, APC silence on Datti's Arise TV interview. I've not watched an interview as hot, as scary as that in 2023. I was listening. I was writing the report. I went to even watch both, but I wasn't even watching the game. I was, writing, transcribing what he was saying. Now, it is obvious right now that even before now that Datti is a principality. You can't touch him. I saw someone was saying there will be consequences for. They should try it. The northern people, you know how they deal with their people. They are always behind them. You can't do anything to them, and he's fit enough to say what he has said. And it was, the guy was trying to distract him, take him to another realm. He said, no, let's come back to this issue. He was talking, he said, I won't stop calling Tinubu, a drug dealer, and he called Shetima an irresponsible individual, So that is, by the way, is a call to action, and he said something that is so striking. No justice of the Supreme Court will defend the Nigerian Constitution for you. None of them will defend your rights. Until Nigerians wake up to do the needful, we will continue to wallow in this slavery that we don't know when it's going to end, and it's going to end when Nigeria is ready, or when Nigerians are ready. So and I'm actually excited, going by what Peter Obi said, that we are now the effective opposition, and Peter Obi will teach Nigerians how to be in the opposition. And election for Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa, I will strongly say at this point in time, looking at what we experienced the last election, every Nigerian should forget sanity in our electoral processes. If you are going to the unit with the mindset of I'm just going there to go and vote and come back, yeah, you forget it. It won't count. Just this evening, we were told that 2 people died in Ojota because they are fighting their courtesan fight, and I think they are now 4 during just this week. So if you are thinking of going to the polling unit, you want to go and just vote and go back like 2015 or like 20 before now, you are joking. So you go there to vote and defend your votes, because it won't count. 2023 is a solid evidence, a solid experiment. We did it, but they rigged it. So if you are going there now, you know that you are going there to go and like you are going there to go and defend your life. And it is necessary for us to change this government, and we do it by voting. And another thing I want to touch before I use the mic is about our media strategy. This is the wrong time to say we are no more doing. We've started. And one of the ways we can do it is to continue to strategize when it comes to the media. We can't propagate what we do here, we can't propagate what we talk here via Twitter alone. So please, this is a call to action for us to be strategic when it comes to media. If it will require us to open websites in different languages, let's just do something. Because without media, we can't do much. So on this note, I yield my mic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Tosin. Thank you very much. So that is a principality. Indeed, actually. If you don't fear that, you are on your own. All right, quickly, we'll just go straight to Seven. After Seven, we'll come to Anze, then Truth.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I salute everyone here, Emir Saddam, well-meaning, Jimmy, N6. I salute you all. Thank you for all the wonderful submissions I've heard so far. Okay, so I'll start with the meaning of instructive. So instructive is useful and informative, and this word was used specifically by Datti Baba Ahmed. So the information he had dropped for all Nigerians is useful. And like Wellmean usually says, the day you finally wake up is your morning. Hopefully this message goes out to people. I use it every other day on my status to ensure that people get the message. You have a right to take back your country. I speak vehemently. I'm a grassroots person. I like to talk to people directly. So I am always there talking. I don't fear anybody, because me, myself, I'm willing to harm who wants to harm me. I am not a sitting duck. Try me and find out who God will call home. So now, on APC silence, there's nothing they have. All this drama they do, they know where they like to do the drama. They like to call IPOB. Everything is IPOB. They blame everything on IPOB, because that's what gives them this ego that they are winning something. And like N6 said, it's sad that people took their own lives, as a betting slip, and decided to say it is us against them. Something happened, which is like an aside. One of my friends became the DVC of the university from which I graduated. And some of my departmental people were shouting, "Yes, we are now in power." And I was wondering why they said we are now in power. And most of them are Yoruba boys. I said this was the same mindset you guys carried into the elections of we are now in power, forgetting that beyond just having someone from your tribe there or someone from your department or someone from your circle, it has to be someone who is worth it. On this note, he was worth it, but Nigerians should stop looking at he's my brother, we are from the same place to choose their leaders. They should start looking at what does that person stand for. So people that are going to be voting in Imo, Kogi, Bayelsa, choose well, oh, suffer, don't they tire everybody, make the suffering at least reduce for our states, especially these three states in question. I am thankful that person don't tell us say we did beat. I am not in any of these states, but it's a message that I endorse. Nobody will be a sitting duck in this thing. You attack, you get attacked. Like Otumba Dike had spoken, don't let them have the winning side. Nobody has the monopoly of violence, but come with an intention to guard yourself and guard your vote. Because if they try you, they must to see what hell really looks like. And everybody has a touch of madness. You just have to know where to activate it from. Know that it is either you or them, and you are not willing to go yet. So you fight to ensure you stay alive. That's how life should be on this note. Don't believe INECO. Anything they say, even if they tell you they will post the results by 3 p.m. of that day. Not believe them. Do what you have to do to ensure your votes count for real. Even if it takes days, ensure you do these things for real. Because see, we cannot play with these people. We don't do the same things over and expect a different result. Just like the chairman, the um, the chairman of the party, Abure, said yesterday at the space. We believe those people so much. Now, why we not gather ourselves the way we suppose guard? But this time, we guard everywhere. And when we wake up, I know Nigeria will be taken. Nigeria is for the taking, and we will take it back. I am very sure it will happen, and it will happen sooner than they expect. But we keep firing down on every cylinder to ensure that Nigerians wake up. God bless Nigeria. God bless you all. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Sarah. Uh, Thank you very much. I think one of the best way to even put it is that if I was going to vote in any of these states on Saturday, I would I would condition my mind in such a way that I will not be thinking about it. I mean, how will I put it? I will not go to the polling unit. Maybe not the cop will remind me, say, wait, I never snapped the result. I will not be interested in you snapping results, to be honest. As in, you will snap it and upload, but no wahala. But me, I will be my own is how to follow you, the road we are going to pass. Yeah, if I can describe the shortest cut to the collation center for you, since it's my area, I will tell you, let's pass here. Anybody, so don't. What I'm saying is, so you don't go to the polling unit. I mean, if you are in any of these states or you know anybody in any of these states, you now vote and I say, oh, I hear at least this one don't upload. I think go ask. Hey, you go ask, go here we. For no you go blast, you go the other self say for no just go polling unit. It's quite unfortunate, so but it is what it is. You have to protect your vote for your state. And I think Abia State is enough motivation for you to know that, I mean, even if a criminal is ruling Nigeria, you can manage, your state can manage to be separated. All right, quickly, we'll go straight to Anze. After Anze, we'll come to Truth and we'll take it from there.
Greetings, everyone. MS Saddam, well meaning Jimmy, Sewen. I hope everybody is doing well. My Auntie Cindy, how buddy? I greet everyone. Uncle Caesar, I did salute. So, Mommy Bolanle, Akuiroleo. So, I promised myself I wasn't going to speak on political issues anymore because anytime I do, I find myself in the hospital, and that's not particularly healthy for me. But I couldn't help this one, and I came to answer the question: APC silence on Datti. Why are you people? Emir Saddam. Then say then they send people from Germany back 14,000. Now who you think say go count the people for the airports?
The APC people then send people to different airports, make it for go count them. After I go see the people do they work, then don't begin to they do the work now they complain. Which kind of wahala be this? That is say easy to count 14,000 people. Then get to find them where to then go stay, to give them money, where they go take settle down, to give them land, show them where they go they buy the petrol for 40 naira per liter, I can't begin to the vex. How not go they talk like I don't like this, I do not like this. Tinubu, the forfeiter, is working tirelessly. My goodness. How do he just don't sleep at night, safe? In fact, he goes 24 hours without a break. On account they vex the man who they work. Which kind thing? What is wrong with you people? Can't you see how busy he is? For 14,000. Can you count 14,000 people? Mona stop him. Mona stop him. It's not good. I advocate for Brother Tinubu, whether na woman or na man he be, anyone. I shall advocate. He's working tirelessly and recruiting people to do the work. Nonsense. Hey, Kogi Bayelsa, Imo. Everybody don't talk. Nothing where I want talk. We go new. If you like your condition, do nothing. But if they pain you, say you know if you buy fish to cook better fisherman soup, to chop ukodo, to plant that yam well, where I been they buy from Kogi State, then take to the streets. Otapia no cost so. Dry pepper, you put out for bottle shake and well. You spray and say they clean window. It does wonders. I don't talk my own finish. But more importantly, I came to thank everybody here. And I'm thanking you because when I used to teach, I taught preschoolers. And one thing a lot of people I had to learn it because it wasn't something that I grew up with or something I saw back home, was to teach the children love of country. As tiny as 2-year-old, they would say the Pledge of Allegiance and you will see them say it with so much pride. And at that time, I thought, why are you bothering these children? They're kids. What are they going to do with it? Now I understand. Because those creeds will put their country first before their own family members. That's how proud they are. So I want to thank you guys for holding this fort so seriously, for building back love of country, which Nigerians are not used to. It's only when you have something to gain that you remember that there's a Nigeria. But now you're sensitizing people that you don't have to gain from it. Somebody else can gain from it, but put in the work for everybody to enjoy from it. I really want to thank you for that. My generation might not be the strong one to stand in front, but be rest assured, my generation is edging and doing every tiny bit that we can from all locations. So thank you so much. I celebrate you guys. I applaud you guys because this is not an easy thing to do. We all know in the diaspora, it is the hour you work that you get paid for. You don't work, you don't get anything. But you bring out your time to share this with us, to help us understand that it's not too late to build love of country. It's not too late for the grandma at home to say, you know what, I want to do this. Even if I will not be here to enjoy it, let me do it from the people coming behind me. Thank you. Thank you so much. If my generation had 25% of what we are right now, I'm sure Nigeria might not have been fantastic, but it would definitely not be this bad. Because truth be told, even Ghana is not fantastic. It has its faults. But I can assure you that the love of country from Ghanaians is so solid. And I have lots of them as friends. And they share stories with me. So thank you for sensitizing even the older ones that look, just because you are of a different generation, you might not live to enjoy it, yet put in the work and put in that fight. That's all I came to say. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will continue to celebrate you, all of you, N6, Emir Saddam, well-meaning, Jimmy, Cindy, Sewen. I can't name you all, but I thank you deeply from my heart because it makes me feel proud of my country because there are people that have voices and are not willing to take crap and are willing to go through the needle hole to make sure that things work well. Uncle Jimmy, well, I will put your face on a banner and flag it as a fly in my house because iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe wo kò ní jóná o. Your blessings will be endless. Meanwhile, please leave Oga APC alone. They are working. They are expecting 14,000 people. You know, easy. I better leave them. I yield my mic.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anzi. I think I would like to see that list of. Does everybody know where we can find that list? There's one APC guy in Germany I want to see. My mind is telling me he may be on that list because I know he was preaching to his wife before.
Wait a minute, you wicked, well, you wicked. You know they see names. You want they see names.
No, I want to see whether the guy go. They are not saying they preach for the wife before, but this time he's gonna need to embrace wife because wife driver come for us. That list, that list, that list gonna be your portion. So I feel like see that list, but anyway, quickly we'll just go now straight to truth. After truth, we'll come to Cindy. You are showing love. Your hand is not up. After truth, we'll come to Cindy. I don't know if maybe, but I can tell you are there. So, truth, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Saddam, well meaning Sizu. Jimmy, thank you for the lost job. Okay, very quick one. I have 5 minutes. Well meaning said something jokingly the other time. And I think it's really, really, this is something that has been on my mind for a very long time. And I think it's something we take serious. And I remember during the campaign period, this man, Pastor Paul Enenche, said something that people underestimate the Nigerian politicians. I can never forget that. He said people underestimate the Nigerian politicians, that the same people who can put Babalawo on helicopters and they fly around the country and give incantations. These are the people you are underestimating, And being a spiritual person myself, I'm very close to spiritual people. I'm a Christian, I'm a child of God. I've heard things and I've seen things. And I think it is high time we start, as much as we want to be factual and realist, should I say realistic, we need to also be realistic in terms of spirituality. You see, people that have captured people under a certain level of spirituality, you cannot take them with reality. You cannot take people that have been captured away with reality. No, you can only do that with a higher level of spirituality. If you want to count, if we believe that Nigerians are not under a spell, I think we are only deceiving ourselves. It is high time we all go back to our God and pray that God breaks the spell. Because then and only then will the work we want to do be functional. Now, which will lead me to my submission, which is Nigerians as a whole do not understand the place of active citizenship. Someone posted something, I think he tweeted something earlier today, and I replied him. He was like, those is also, so to say, he's an obedient, according to his Twitter account. He's saying that those telling people in Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa to go out and vote, that it is their city, it is their civic right, and all that. They are also not telling people they are telling to go out there. They are also not telling them that staying alive is their civic right. Then I replied him in simple words that you see the sudden increase in thuggery, thefts, legalism in these three states in between, like in less than 8 days, tells you the plan they have for election. It also tells you the plan they have for the next 4 years. I said something, I keep saying it during the campaign period, that a person who steals to get to a position will kill to retain that position. You see, many of those politicians do not mind to rule over ashes so far they are in power. So if anybody in those three states still feels in a way to protect themselves, they would rather sit at home. I think you would want to calculate 4 years back. Don't think about the 4 years ahead. Just think about the 4 years before. 4 years behind you. Think about it. How was it? How has it been for you as a country? As a citizen, I mean. How has it been? So we need to understand the place of being active citizens, active oppositions, not active opposition party. No, but active oppositions against the government. I remember back then when I keep telling people that the best president we've ever had, democratic whatever, has been Obasanjo. I remember back then Idris Abdul Karim gives Obasanjo back to back. Ali Baba gives Obasanjo back to back. This brown jacket man, former, what's his name? This former Edo State governor gives Adams Oshiomhole gives Obasanjo back to back. This same man, which has been printed and presented to Nigeria as a villain in those days, pastors give him back to back. Imams give him back to back. We had a very active opposition in Nigeria. Then we transposed to a time where oppositions are being bought with money. That is why you see NLC flooding Ojota. 1 minute, I'm seeing you, and please give me 30 seconds to round up. So oppositions are now being bought with money. So protests happened in Nigeria in the last 8 years, or let me say since 2013. All the protests you've seen are being sponsored. So from active citizenship to patronized citizenship. So people now go out there to protest, to speak, all because it is financially induced. That is what we are not getting now. So a lot of people are not still getting it. Those people we are expecting to come out, that used to come out, they came out back then because they were being funded by who? We know. We know by who. Now that we know, what are we doing about it? So I think at this point I'm going to end my submission. I'm going to be in Sizu's well-meaning and Emir Saddam. Obviously, I'm going to be in Jimmy's DM as well. We come up with something very important, because trust me, in the next few weeks, Nigeria will experience the kind of outburst it has never experienced before. And how do we rechannel and configure this outburst and outcry? There is a way we are going to do it, and I've started working with it on it with my team, and I'm going to be in Emir Saddam, well-meaning, Sizu, and Jimmy's DM, and I'm going to drop it, I think, next week. I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to drop it next week. Still working on a whole lot of things, so, and how we can go about it. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening, everybody.
All right, thank you very much, Truth. All right, that was actually a very brilliant submission. I particularly like what you said. Because I think that was the outrage some people also had, which I understand how when the sound of when people say we are opposition, what comes to mind is opposition party. So you're thinking, oh, it doesn't mean we've accepted that, oh, this man is no. The truth is that the Nigerian people needs to oppose Tinubu's presidency, not really because of just performance as president, but like that he said, starting from the point that he had to trample on our constitution to do that. Peter B was right when he said, we have Nigeria, we don't have Nigerians. Like Anzi was saying not too long ago, many of us just said, I pledge to Nigeria, my country, myself inclusive, to be faithful, loyal, and honest. In fact, some of us for beneath that time, back then we put that place where they say to serve Nigeria, where they say to serve Nigeria with all my strength. We go say to serve Nigeria is not by force. but we really do not have, we don't have enough patriotic citizens in the country. Even some of us are just, we've always had people that feel like, oh, this country, this and that, but we've never really had the need to push back. Not really the need. We've never really pushed back. They have been pushed back at different phases. Our parents did it from whether, the Nadeko period. There have been different phases, but it has never been sustained. It's why it's this time, for me, like I said some time back, it's better if we didn't even dare than daring and going back. If you go back, hell. So it's very important that we keep, we need to be oppositions, not necessarily opposition parties. Thank you very much. Please, man, the speaker section, you intend to speak, and show your hand is up. Cindy has fallen. So,
Well,
Jamin.
let me say this real quick before Jamin comes through. I think we need to pay a closer attention to something that is going on that has been brought to my attention. You see, this useless man, this wanted man in India that snuck into Nigeria doing different kinds of preaching all over the place. He did a preacher recently where he was telling people that if anybody leaves Islam, anyone that leaves Islam should be killed under Sharia law. And a Yoruba guy asked that question again boldly, that he should, explain better in front of the camera. And the guy repeated the same thing. The expression on that guy's face, he was looking for the nearest exit. You see, there's something I want to call people's attention to. That man is doing something and is trying to radicalize people in the northern part of this country. Let me call your attention to Nasarawa State. Nasarawa State LP candidate is a Christian. Nasarawa State PDP candidate is a Christian. And the guy that was there before, he lost in the appeal court and they're going to Supreme. But guess what? This man was there today with top Islamic politicians, including Sultan of Sokoto. They were there having a meeting with this particular man. And the focus of the topic is an infidel cannot rule over Nasarawa. I want us to put these things into consideration as we do, because you see, this thing is now coming gradually. People are not paying attention to it, and it will, at a point in time, turn into a monster that has actually snuck into the people's awareness without even them aware of what is going on. There is a lot going on the ground, and people are not paying attention to it. That is why the Mumu ticket is not advisable. The Mumu ticket on any condition is not. It's not just the Mumu ticket alone. I mean Muslim ticket. A Christian ticket is a no. A Babalawo ticket is a no. It is a no. And this man going going up and down, give fucking criminal is wanted in India for crying out loud. What are the DSS doing about it? Nothing. I already on Twitter, you're coming on Twitter, chasing people speaking the truth. I want to someone that the very day he landed in that country, the only people he saw was Muslim immigrations. The only people he saw was Muslim army. We are we are not paying attention to these things. So anyway, uh if we want to live this way, a lot of people will suffer for it. But at the end of the day, Nigeria is my country. Regardless if I'm in abroad or not, Nigeria is still my country, and I will keep speaking the truth. I will speak the truth. Nigerians, obedient, well-meaning Nigerians in that country, pay close attention. And this man has a lecture with students in the next couple of days. He's going around radicalizing people.
I don't know how we can ask Ade Farasin this kind of thing. Ade Farasin, what do we do now?
Bro,
And the days of Saul are here. What do we
there
do
you
now?
understand. These bastards are just quiet. These bastards are just quiet. The so-called religious leaders, traditional leaders, and
Bolaji Idowu is trying to get married people to sleep together and single people to stop sleeping with each other.
see, you
You see their
understand?
priorities. Okay. Oh.
Man, we have a lot to work on. But yeah, we'll do it one at a time. But let's pay close attention to what is going on in Nasarawa. Don't be surprised the judgment is going to change when it gets to Supreme Court. Simply because the PDP candidate is a Christian and the LP candidate is a Christian. And this one in question, APC, is a Muslim. And all of a sudden, they are having emergency meeting about the ruling. Anyway, what do I know? Back to the topic now. Well-meaning Nigeria. Back to you. Sorry about that. I just had to chip it in.
All right, thank you very much, Jimmy. Yeah, that's quite important. Quickly, we'll just go straight to, I think Cindy has fallen. We'll go to Jermaine. After Jermaine, we'll come to Rita, then Peter will be last born.
Hi guys, can you guys hear me? Good
Yeah.
evening, everybody. Yeah, quite a eventful space so far. My first bit would be to just really commend Afenifere for the bold statement they've been with Peter right from the beginning of his declaration to contest for the seat of the presidency, and they have not wavered up to now. And I think this really sends a very clear message to the people who think that, in quote, because I know it's probably more of gaslighting and trying to rewrite history to say Peter Obi's candidacy is was ripped up by religious or ethnic sentiments. In fact, for all history that can be said, I don't think on Ohaneze Ndigbo came out with their full chest to even endorse Peter Obi. I'm not sure they did that. But one of the things that we saw boldly written out or boldly said were the Afenifere and the Pandef who came out and said that this is the man that can rescue Nigeria. And that truth still remains. And that even goes further to the fact of why APC has been silent. You know, it's very important that we read the room. It's very important that you understand the society where you come from. I also remember the nuances that is in your environment, and that speaks to what Amy has been saying and how maybe some people do not really understand the country where they live in. You could say some certain kind of privileges people can have, yes, but when you know the powers, you better wield it, and that is what Datti is aware of. Is situational aware, is emotionally aware of what he can say and what he can do and what he can get away with in this country. Because for some of us here, while we can speak on space here, but to go to national TV that has international reach and say the things that he said, of course, you know that this is a man that has huge courage. And I wanted to even add, like I said in the last page, this one that in quote he has even surrendered himself. Like anything you guys want to do, make una do, I did here. Because for someone who came and said he had the 10 minutes just escape from being whisked away or even be shot at, and he still came out with his full chest and said the things that he said on national TV, then of course you will be able to understand the other things that he has not told you. And of course, I think there was a space where Peter Obi, the last space that we had with Peter Obi, where he was trying to even mention the things that he himself has faced. If they come and tell everybody here, I don't know if that is enough trigger that we even get people onto the streets. But like you've seen, the APC do not even have any answers for him. Over 24 hours, no official statements, apart from Fani Kayode, who has been forgotten and probably looking for attention, wrote a piece that nobody even listens to. But this really tells you that they're afraid. They understand the privilege. They understand Nigeria, and I think this also enables us when we are strategizing and how we put our communication and how we get things done. For us to be able to know that in this country where we are, you need to understand how you can use the nuances to your advantage. And maybe that is why when you have Afenifere come out strongly, it sends a very loud statement, which we can amplify for those who are still in this bickering or don't understand what APC as a demonic party have tried to do, pitting the southwest against the southeast. No, 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 no. APC is a demonic party. There's the elders of the southwest extraction who have come out bold chest against the rulings of the land and said Peter Obi still remains who we supported and we believe he won this election. And I think they deserve kudos for it. With a beat, yes. I wish we can have a you say gospel on the beat, but this is a diary on the beat. Yes, with a beat, and I think that is what is very important. I wish if Jimmy can even play that Operation Launch Your Bag. Maybe some people don't understand what it means. Maybe we can play that so that people really understand the context of what it is. Because right now, Nigeria does not, in quotes, maybe favor when it comes to electioneering. I think, unfortunately, it seems like we are following the mantra of that guy. We say snatch it, grab it, run away with it. But we are not going to run away with it. We are not going to go in and snatching ballot papers or killing people. But we will not allow people to do that. And we cannot just allow yourself, just like we saw during the Lagos elections, where people went out to vote and they were maimed, like people died really, just because they could not defend themselves. That lady had her eyes almost popped out. But of course, if she had a lunch bag with her, she might have one or two casualties that might have come out from that event. But what we're just saying is that going forward, when you are engaging, particularly in elections, make sure you protect yourself by any means because the government would not protect you. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you very much, Jamin. Thank you very much. That was a brilliant submission. All right, quickly, we'll just go straight to Rita. After Rita, we'll come to Peter. Will be last born.
Hi, well meaning. Greetings to
It is
you.
space. It is space ending soon.
Hey, God. Hey, jeez. Oh, God. No, 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 no. Jimmy, not again. Greetings, Amsterdam. Greetings, NCs. Jimmy, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to beat you. Greetings to you too. Greetings, greetings, everybody. As special listeners, I greet you whether you're on Facebook, YouTube, the radio station, right here on Twitter. Thank you very much for always listening to what we're saying. And thank you guys for the great opportunity to speak again. Jimmy, I'm coming for you. All right. APC silence on Datti's interview. The fact is, I told the line of Otumba Dike what he said. Going after that interview will mean them amplifying the obvious truth. And again, these guys know and understand that Datti is not a person they can bully. Datti is not someone they will go after and he will chicken out. they will only give him the opportunity to do more. Again, his life was threatened by these guys. So, like, seriously, going after him is useless because what that is said is everything any well meaning Nigerian should have and should be saying currently. He talked about 36 soldiers that were killed in Niger State, and the government of the day were hiding it until a video evidence came out. Then they owned up to it that indeed they were killed by terrorists. Is it that they want to tell the world that Datti lied about his certificate when there is an authentic deposition under oath from CSU, the place he claimed to have graduated from? Or is it that they want to come and tell the world that Datti lied about Tinubu forfeiting 460,000 US dollars? These are facts. These are facts and figures. And the most important reason, like I said earlier, that they didn't go after him was because they know, he said it on the interview, he said by tomorrow now they will come here. So with that alone, they know that if they dare to go and attack anything, he will come back in a bigger force than he came. Daddy said all the right word, and that's exactly what every well-meaning Nigerian should be saying right now. This is the reason why I have problem with people like Bemorin Bruce, who claims to be very educated, calling Obi to come and congratulate a fraud. And this is also why I have great and huge respect for our sweetest father, Daddy Adebanjo. At his age, last year it was 95 or so. We were all at TBS. At his age, this man needs money. He needs all the money he can get in the world, and Tinubu will have this money to give him. But in spite of this man still stood on his ground. To hell with your money. I want to leave a legacy. I want to leave, and Nigerians and the world will know that while I was here, I stood on the right side. God bless Pa Adebanjo. God bless him. So, like, seriously, Nefertiti prayed a prayer which I saw earlier. She said that seed, that she prayed that seed should be too hot for Tinubu so that he will not find rest. I say amen to that prayer because this is about our reputation. This is not about Tinubu. This is not about the APC. This is not about the Yoruba race. This is not about a particular people. It is about the Nigerians within and outside Nigeria as a whole, because he's occupying the number one seat in Nigeria currently. And that kind of a person with so much baggage is not good for our reputation. So every person with sense in his brain, the sense that is still in that right place, has to speak against this and work towards removing these characters from our space because it's not good for us. And as for that man that Jimmy just talked about that has entered Nigeria, someone who is wanted in India, I even saw Omega X posted some of the protests Indians were protesting against him, extremists, Kiniko. That person now is in Nigeria, going from one school to another, teaching people, or he wants to go to schools and start teaching people. What does that man have to offer if not to radicalize our people? We're already having problems already in Nigeria. They are saying right now that Nigeria is the worst place on earth for Christians to live in. And now we have this kind of a person who came, boycotted Tinubu and said the emir of Sokoto also is the head of state. So controversial. Talked about skinny, and nobody is talking about it. And that's where I agree with Truth. I guess it's Truth. His name that I said, demonics and powers have been holding Nigerians. The so-called men of God are not saying anything about this. The weight lifter have been a bouncer, waiting caller. They call him Paula. They fire him. So they are not saying anything about this. So something is typically wrong in the spiritual realm that we really need to be looking into. I don't
So,
want to hog the mind.
Rita, hold on. So, are you telling me now that the almighty Adeboye and all those Afedade Farasi and all those big daddy GOs, they know see say we get spiritual problem. Now you and the truth know now figure it out, say we get spiritual problem. And none of them are speaking out. None of them whatsoever. So now you and truth come see say, this thing is spiritual problem. And the people will be say, now God himself put oil for their head. Now God himself say, oh, go, my son, you are my representative in Nigeria. Now only those people, those ones, now anything with them talk, now them be God PA. Those ones no say we have spiritual power. But it is you where they do your small prayer space on Wednesday and Sundays. And the truth, now I can't figure out now, say Nigeria has spirit. And these people are not speaking. Okay, okay.
My
When
brother,
the prayer go start, like,
my brother, you know that in that our little space, we no get people what we they call give 1 billion naira. If Daddy Abdeboye talk now, nobody go give her 1 billion. Do you understand? Truth no get person when they go come give her 1 million, not to talk of 1 billion. So if they open their mouth to speak, they will not see people to donate 1 billion to them, and that's why they cannot speak. They have their private jets to run to wherever they want to run to. That's why I'm so grateful when the Bible says that judgment is going to start in the house of the Lord. I've told you obedience. Any man when he get private jet, do not give him your tithe. In fact, if not be say offering they sacrosanct. I've even seen no they give offerings again for churches. Make them hungry. Because, like, seriously, one minute I see your hand. These guys with all these things, that man just entered and started breaking Nigeria that is already broken already. And none of these daddy GOs could say anything about it. None of them. I mean, they won't really tell me nothing. They don't see that man tweet. Or they don't know see that kind of person there inside Nigeria and wants to be going from one school to another and be putting into Nigeria, our Muslim brothers that we are already having problems with, or some of them that are extremists already. He wants to go and start putting fire, putting fuel in them to start destroying Nigeria. They are not saying anything about it. So, like, seriously, I really want a space whereby we can drag these so-called men of God. Lots of them are not men of God. Now, Belen, I call them. And thank God Obi has come to expose these people. Because, like, seriously, if not for the arrival of Obi and death of Obi and Datti, we would have been worshiping these people. But God has brought these men to come and expose them for who they are. They are just after their stomach and not after the betterment of Nigeria. So, the earlier we know this and do what we need to do by ourselves and forget about these people, the better for us. Thank you so much. Please, our prayer space is on Sunday, 1:30. Thank you. Next quizzes handle.
very
Thank you,
much.
guys.
Thank you very much, Rita. All right, quickly, let's go straight to Peter Abi's last born. After which we'll come to Cindy. I probably she's ready to speak now.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, Jimmy. Your level of sarcasm, you need to go and be studying in Oxford University. Look at Jimmy, you too much. What else, sir? Uh, it's very delightful to speak in violence once again. Like, it's a very big opportunity I will not take for granted. Maximum respect to Emir Saddam, well meaning N6 and Jimmy and everybody for keeping this going. It has not been easy, but you guys have been keeping it going without no complaint, without no payments. I need to. God will really bless you. All right, and I came up here to say little thing. I won't take much time actually. I want to use this opportunity to appreciate all the sponsors of the tech seminar we had, the tech class we had 2 months back. Was sponsored by Vawulence Space and some people, Momi Bolande and some people, Anka Dede. And I want to actually appreciate everybody greatly. You will not understand. The students are really very very happy just for this. They have learned a lot. Their eyes have been opened. What our government need to be doing, that is what some obedient are doing. So we are very very grateful. All the tech team, or we are all tech dev people. We are really grateful. The student would love to come and do this, but um
do this by themselves, but I just have to come and do it on their behalf. I really appreciate the tech team all. They're saying thank you for the sponsors, thank you for all your contribution and all your support. Their work are out there, their progress are out there in our page. Take out them in Twitter and also Instagram. So they have said thank you. We really appreciate. Thank you very much, my Bolande, Emir Sadan, well meaning. Thank you very much. I can remember the process of registration, how you were actually disturbing them to go forward and register all those things. I really appreciate. Thank you very, very much. God will bless you. We are starting the second cohort very soon. I will send the details and everything to Mini. So I really appreciate obedience. God will bless you. You will not understand. This is the most. This is the family, the best family I've found in a very, very long while. So I really appreciate. God bless you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, okay. All right, thank you very much, Peter B.
Well, meaning quick one. I want to play the 2 minute clip of that launch your bag for people to know, and it's actually on the jumbotron. And before I go on with that, Delta people are the halo now. Apparently, one pastor from Delta sold the church and the congregation to another pastor called Japago abroad. Now, when the congregation was come realizing another pastor don't take over, another one go tell they must pay because he don't pay money to buy the church and the congregation. So the tithe and offering gas come in, and the initial pastor don't Japago abroad. Delta people, I hear you now. Now do this one. They say church, say people when they say church. Ah, hey, okay, no wala. Launch your bag. May not hear am.
Are you from the north? Are you from the north? Are you from the north? Are you from the east, the west, or the south? Are you from any part of Nigeria? Stop running! Stop running. We cannot run anymore. It is called Operation Stop Running. Launch your bag. I launched my bag. I launched my bag. I launched my bag. Me, I carry my bag come. I launched my bag. Musa, Aruna, I launched my bag. Atoma, Akasibu, I launched my bag. This is your orange. For you to eat your orange, you need a knife. When coming for the next meeting, don't forget your orange. As you come with your orange, don't forget your knife to cut your orange. Do you drink beer? If yes, fine. Don't worry yourself. In our next meeting, come with a chilled bottle of beer. Put it in your bag. After the meeting, you Operation Launch Your Bag is what we are doing now. There's no other way. Talks has been coming, destroying our gathering, destroying our meeting. I want to tell you something. My brother, my sister, my friend, when next you are coming for this meeting, when next you are coming for this meeting, make sure you come with your bag. Together, all of us will launch our bag. As a mechanic, this is your hammer. This is your screwdriver. Use your tools, your plier, everything, carry your things. After the meeting, you can go to your workshop. Carry your tools and put in your bag. Stop running. If they come with any vehicle, we should make sure first of all, we lick the tire of the vehicle. We render the vehicle useless so they cannot have the means of running away. You, that is a tailor, that is a fashion designer, please, this is your material. When you have your material, you need your scissors for cutting of your material. Please, add these scissors. Put it in your bag. Today, I know you are hearing me. Today, you are a butcher. You cut meat. Carry some meat. Put in your bag. Put your knife that you use in cutting your meat. You have to launch your bag when the time comes. I told you that drinks Coke. Don't come with rubber Coke. Make sure you come with your bottle Coke. Put it in your bag. When the dogs know that everybody has his bag, they will respect.
There you have it. Launch your bag. The video is on the Jumbotron. Please educate others. Let them know there is no turning back. It is now or never. There is no time for all eyes on judiciary. All that. No, 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 no. Stop that nonsense. It is tooth for tooth, nail for nail now. Okay? Back to you, well meaning. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jimmy. More launch your bag. Anyway, all right, quickly. Okay, thank you very much, Peter Abilasbon, for your submission as well. Please, you're in the speaker section and you intend to speak. Check your phone to see that your hand is up, so that we'll know those that intend to speak. And we can probably drop those that probably don't want to speak yet. All right. Quickly, we'll take Cindy. After Cindy, I'll come to Emmanuel.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Emia Saddam, thank you for holding on. Well meaning, Jimmy, my in-law. Well done, everybody. I hope I'm audible.
Yep.
Loud and clear.
All right. I've been falling in and out of the space since. I don't know what is happening. It's good to be back. I really miss you guys, honestly. You don't know how much I missed you. I've been sensitizing people. I realized that we have two types of Nigerians as at today. The ones that are so angry, that are so tired of everything, that want to do, they are just ready, but they are looking for who will lead the protest. And we also have another set that believe nothing can happen, that I beg you, not till the next 4 years. But what I've noticed generally is that I just believe that sooner or later, I don't know if Nigeria has breaking point, but I want to believe that breaking point will be broken. Will be broken, because today I bought a big loaf of bread we used to buy last year, 415 naira. I bought it 1,006 today. And I sat down and started thinking, what of those that earn 30,000 naira minimum wage? How are they feeding? That's a talk for another day. Let me go on the topic. APC silent on Datti. They will be silent now. Did I read Datti's profile, and I saw that his best hobby, as a matter of fact, is debate. That was the day I became more scared of Datti. And watching him few times, you see how he picks his word. He's not the type that journalists can bully or that can force words in his mouth. If you ask him question, you are still trying to make him deviate. He will tell you, allow me finish. You ask me question, hold on. So he's always in control, in charge. His confidence is something, and everything he has said is fact. So going after him is amplifying it more. There is no two ways about it. For the election, Kogi Bayelsa, Jimmy has said it all, Operation Launch Your Bag. But I'm very, very passionate about Imo State because, yes, is my state. I'm from Imo State. I'm proudly Imolite. And I can say something for free. The kind of killings we witnessed under this present person in Imo State has never happened in Imo State before. So Imo State people can't wait to get rid of Hopeless. They call him Supreme Court Governor. And that is what he is. He's somebody, I don't know how many of you watched the interview of Ugo Chinyere Ikenga yesterday on Arise. The guy said it, that how can you hold on to what was never given to you? The mandate he was holding on to was never given unto him. It was Supreme Court that forced him on the throat of Imolite. So I know I don't know, but I believe people will stand up. The fact is that, yes, the new way to go is no longer the gentleman way. We've done the Supreme Court, we've done the all eyes on judiciary. We've seen that we don't even have judiciary. They are all compromised. Please, well meaning, I don't know if you will permit me. I want to say something that is out of the topic. I don't know if I'm permitted or I should just end.
This is your question. I mean, it depends on what it is, but if it's so out of the topic, then it's probably advisable you end now.
It's not totally out of range, sha, but I wanted to talk about uh 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 is it they call them God of men or men of God? I've been thinking and I realized that like the rascal Muslim man that was going around, a lot of religious leaders will not speak. Because I noticed that there's something Yorubas will say, wọ́n á ní wọ́n ti jẹ dodo wọn ò lè so dodo. Somebody, I think, I don't know, a lady just spoke about seeing that this is it like a spell or something? There is no spell anywhere. Like let's stop ascribing too much spirituality to things that are very physical and staring to our face. Let's face the truth. Nothing but the truth shall set us free. In the olden days that you have Orthodox churches, you hardly have any man of God living flamboyant life. In a situation whereby you want to ride private jets, you want to dine with the big boys, you want to dine with politicians, you cannot talk to someone that pays your bills when he is. You understand? So you have churches that you can call their priests, their pastors, their clergies to order because there is a structure. But in a situation whereby you have somebody that calls himself a GO or a CEO of his church, and one thing that is common with all of them round, check it. I don't know if anointing has turned to hereditary or anointing has been sexually transmitted. A lot of them, all their wives are pastors. At least one or two of their children are pastors too. So till the day we learn to stand up and query them, this government is holding people down through the traditional leaders, through the religious leaders. What they preach to people, it is well. When they know it's not well, they would never speak the truth. So until we Nigerians rise up, if you notice, a lot of Nigerians are demoralized, but their men of God still tell them it is well, it is this, it is that, it is one winch from your village that is holding you down. Meanwhile, how come the witches and wizards don't hold people in diaspora down? How come when Nigerians travel out, they pray less? It is simple. Healthcare is not working. Nothing is working in Nigeria. And let me shock all of us. If we don't rise up, all of us will be victim of either bad medication from the hospital or even fake drugs or substandard drugs. I will share something briefly. There's a medication I usually buy for my aged mother. And of recent, I realized I've been buying a substandard medication. That medication, a pack is sold for 13,000, but I bought it in a pharmacy about 47,200, and I started asking questions, started digging deep, started doing a lot of research. That was when I realized, and the pharmacist where I bought it told me point blank that medications from Europe, UK, that they are of a great standard, but medications from India, Asia, they are good though. But you, if well meaning come to order and you said you want them to do the one that will be less, active, they will do it for you. I'm rounding up. And if you want the one that will be active, that whatever standard you want, they will produce and export, but not the one they use in their country. So we are all victims till we stand up to fight for our rights. Thank you very much. I yield.
All right, thank you very much. Cindy. Why I just dey think about say make I say make you round up. You just say full mini. I know the other anything. All right. Thank you very much, Cindy. Quickly we'll take Emmanuel. After Emmanuel, we'll take TK.
Hi everyone, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're speaking from. Um, it's been a while. I'm Saddam, I greet well-meaning Nigeria, Jimmy, and every other person on the space. Um, so straight to it. My main focus would be on those who the next Saturday will determine the next 4 years or next 8 years of your lives as it is, those in Imo State, Kogi, and Bayelsa. First of all, I'll say this. There's no more time to keep looking back at what has happened in the 2023 election. First of all, I'm not asking you to move on, but I'm asking you to focus properly on this election. Do not focus on the mistakes that might have been made. Do not focus on what you did and did not do. Do not focus on what could have been or what could not have been, but focus on that day. Focus on what you want to achieve. For me, you already have a template in Abia State, and you can decide whether you want that, or you can decide to stay silent, don't do anything about your situation, and then keep crying after every 4 years, after every Eke market day. Hope is killing us. Hope is doing this. Hope is doing that.
Emmanuel, you be the sleep because
No,
I mean, you don't they touch you. It is with you they get reaching
no,
that.
I know why they talk about these things now. Why? I get some
No,
kind
no,
of
I mean
conversation.
you are making sense. Now I'm just saying when you talk, I be like, who never chop like this morning.
No. So sorry. So you can decide whether you want to overlook all these things and keep crying every day. That's left to you. But for me, I will tell you this: if you do not stand up and take action for yourself, if you do not stand up and look at your life and look at the perspective of the kind of life you want for yourself, and do the necessary things to get that life for yourself. Understand this: on that election day, it's every man for himself. You decide the vision you want to have for your life. I heard the governor say that in his state, the president has no say, that he's the one that decides who the next governor will be. Mm. If you're in Kogi, that's on you. If you feel like your governor is the one who decides who the next governor is, and not you who has the electoral power, you can allow him decide and bring another person to you, and you will wallow in the same thing that you've been suffering for the last 8 years. It's up to you. But if I were you, every day between today and Saturday, all I will do is I will come on Twitter, I will go to Abia State, I will look at all the development that's going on in Abia State. I will look at what has been done within a short space of 5 months of a governor who has sense, of a governor who has a vision and a plan for his people. And if I want that, I will make sure that on that day I am out to defend my vote. If it means you going to sleep at the collation center, if it means you traveling with every part of it just to make sure that that happens, then do it. Launch your bag. You can keep your bag at home. That's on you. It really isn't anybody's decision right now. It all depends on you. But if I were you, I would look at Abia State and I would say I want this for my own state, and I would do everything to get it. You can pray. I'm a prayerful person. I'm a very spiritual person. I go to church. I'm 100 spiritual. I'll be praying for people. I'll be praying for these states. But at the same time, I know that there's a responsibility I have. There's also a responsibility you have. As you pray, also work. As you pray, also keep your eyes open. Thank you very much and have a lovely night.
All right, thank you very much, Emmanuel Achali, the one Vawulence. All right, thank you. All right, quickly we'll just go. GRVPRO, your hand is not up. I don't know if you don't sleep off, but try to put your hands up while TK is speaking because I'm coming next to you. But if not, I have to take. I might have to drop you. TK, are you there? Please go ahead.
Yes, I am. Hi, everyone. It's good to be nice. I mean, it's so awesome to be back here again. It's been a while. I was it on Tuesday that one of our brother was speaking and he spoke about one of his family members being kidnapped. The same thing happened to me. My dad's nephew got kidnapped and we had to pay a ransom. before he got released. But the most sad part
How
of his own
much?
story,
How
10
much?
million. 10 million. That is after buying all sorts, like
Oh,
all
you buy
sorts.
Shinap, you buy
Oh
Shinap, you
yes,
buy
we
Fanta,
did.
you buy
We bought
Sprite.
rice. We
Okay,
bought rice. We bought
correct,
the tomato paste. We bought
correct.
vegetable oil and stuff like that. We bought
Fancy
pastas.
Shinap,
We bought
no be Yoruba.
medications. We bought
Jesus Christ.
medications. Yes, we did. And the most annoying part of it is he was raped. Oh my goodness, he was raped so bad. I mean a boy. He was
They raped the
raped.
boy.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. It's heartbreaking when I saw the video. He's in a very bad shape as we speak. He was raped not once, not twice, not three times. It's so pathetic. So the country is gone. I won't lie to you.
TK,
Yeah.
let me say this to people listening. When we say this thing will reach everybody, TK no the Nigeria. Now America she do. Now America TK day. But the thing reach her. She too, she gather money,
Hmm.
send go Nigeria. Nigeria will happen to everybody. I mean, Patu Tomi made a statement couple of about 1 hour ago. He said Nigeria's problem is docile citizens.
Mhm.
Elo Yiri will go and think about it. Back to you, TK. Go ahead, my sister.
Yeah. So he got released. Right now, he's in the hospital. We're trusting God for his life. We're trying to save his life because, he had to go through a series of tests. Ìdí tí ẹ ti bàjẹ́. Ẹ má tẹ̀já lọ di ìdí tí bàjẹ́. So,
Sorry,
to
PK, sorry, I just stumbled on this your conversation. I beg, who is that, please?
my dad's nephew,
Where in Nigeria, please?
he was actually traveling from Lagos going to Ekiti, and he actually picked them up, stopped his vehicle, and got everybody down, took them into the bush. And that was where the episode started. It was a bad story. It was a bad story. He's in a very horrible state now, like horrible state. We paid 10 million after buying all sort of stuff. We bought drinks, we bought antibiotics, we bought vegetable oil, we bought pastas, we bought a lot, a lot. We bought a lot. And he was raped multiple times. He was raped multiple times. As we speak now, I don't know. I don't know. He's hanging in there. That's all I can say. He's hanging in there. So to you people in Bayelsa, in Imo and Kogi, vote like your life depends on this. In fact, your life depends on it. Vote like never and make sure you protect your vote. Do not leave until you are being announced as the winner. I repeat myself, do not leave until you have been announced as the winner. Vote like your life depends on it. I'm a victim and it's so sad. The video, it's not pleasant. I spoke to him over the video and he's looking so horrible. So horrible. I yield. Thank you.
Come on.
Well, in Nigeria, sorry, please. On Tuesday, we're on a space here. One of our brothers came here and spoke about his own brother that was kidnapped, and they paid 5 million. 2 days later, our sister have come out to talk about her own family member that was kidnapped, and they paid 10 million. In the space of 2 days, there are many other people that are passing through similar things right now as we speak. We don't even know. One happened in the southeast. This one happened in the southwest. You see, say it doesn't discriminate. It is not looking at where you're from, who you support. This is just Nigeria happening in real time, and victims coming out to speak. TK, our regards to the family, please. You guys just stay strong. It's surreal, man. Just listening to, hey, God, man. Hey, well, Nigeria, continue. I know if you want to talk after.
Well, and
Bro, now is it Namdi now?
JRV PRO, are you there?
Now is it Namdi? Ezenamdi was here on
Exactly,
Tuesday
brother.
and he spoke about it. Where they even used and joke. I told my people when I got home. Ezenamdi was here and he was listing those things as it sounded something about Ezenamdi. He say when he talks, he says it in a very jokingly manner. But he told you exactly, and he said it. He said it's even the police that were giving him advice on how to go about it. Say where you wear your slippers, you go with Okada. They are so used to it. Couple of minutes ago, Khan came out. That's the Christian Association of Nigeria. They came out lamenting that they spent over 200 and something million naira in freeing people. They are mad. They are mad. They are complaining about how much they spent, but yet they cannot speak out against the rot. They cannot speak out against this demonic government. They are mad. To hell with them and the money they paid. They are mad. They are mad. They are watching how they are systematically Islamizing the country, and they kept quiet. They are all mad. Back to you, well-meaning.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jimmy. I mean, what's happening in Nigeria is it's very sad, and to think that the solution, to think that the solution is not rocket science. In fact, the first thought that the people in power are even accomplice to what is happening in Nigeria. It's even like security wise now. It's painful. How do you say you have Shetima as an illegitimate vice president? Terrorist true and true. Like if terrorism was a person, Shetima would be like the typical example of what it is. It's quite unfortunate. Yeah,
See, well-meaning. You know why this thing they pay me?
yeah.
The same idiots, the same useless animal, the wanted criminal from India. He came in and is the one preaching about the fact that if you have a prisoner, you can sleep with your prisoner. You can sleep with animals if your wife is not around. If it's your prisoner available, it's your look. I have nothing against Islam, right? I have nothing against them, but you see, when these people come out to speak, especially these extremists, that's the word I was looking for. Extremists, when they come out to speak all these things, especially this man in that country right now in Nigeria, that man is going around speaking nonsense, radicalizing people, giving them the opportunity to go madder than they are right now, telling them is okay that Allah permits you to kill anyone that leaves Islam, that it is okay for you to rape and sleep with your slave, that if your wife is not around and you don't have any slave, it's okay for you to sleep with a goat or sheep. So are you telling me that they won't sleep with a man or a boy? Do you know what it is? That boy will never be the same for the rest of his life. They've taken his dignity away from him. He will never be human being again for the rest of his life. Do you know what it is to have a sweaty, smelling bastard crawling over you from behind? That boy will never be the same again. He's been damaged morally, mentally, psychologically, sexually. He's been harassed. He will never be the same again in his life. He'll probably end up not marrying, or if he marries, he'll end up probably beating his wife. That's the kind of situation we have in Nigeria now, and we have mad people in charge of power. We have mad people. When the time is right, something gotta give. I keep saying it. I don't know when, where, or when, but something gotta give. This madness needs to stop. And I'm not shying away from it. I'm repeating it. There is no more rule of law in that country. So you are welcome to come and talk anything. We've been well-meaning Nigeria enough. The madness has just started. Mad person is in power right now. He did not get there legitimately. And we will keep speaking it. We will keep speaking that truth. And we will keep speaking it. We will keep speaking it. Now, people in Imo, people in Kogi and Bayelsa, listen to the story TK just said now. I want you guys to go out there, Consider that boy that was raped. Consider him your son. What are you going to do about it? How do you feel about that? Take that anger to the street. Take that anger to the polling unit. You see, the four days you spend to get your state back is better for you to be sleepless for that 4 days than for you to go for another horrific 4 years. Spend that 4 days in pain and spend the rest 4 years in happiness and freedom. It is up to you guys. 4 days of pain for 4 years of happiness and freedom. The ball is in your court. Back to you, Well-meaning.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Thank you very much. All right, quickly, Jaro VPR, are you there? All right, I think Jaro VPR is not there. So I mean, because I was even okay. So yeah, I think no. Noyenlu, are you there? I know you have been trying to request for a long time, but I was going to round off the space now. You know, I mean, I think TK story kind of knocked me off. So that's that's the and like Saddam said, this is just. I mean, I don't know whether we know what our statistics work. Yeah, so we've had two spaces within 2 days apart, just 1 day in between, and cumulatively, even maybe on Tuesday, apart from people that probably went to listen to the space, I think probably at most, I'm not even sure we got close to 2,000 present listeners at any point in time on Tuesday. And within that sample size, we've had people that had these kind of experiences. What I'm saying it is, so you can try to imagine how many people that are really not on the same way we say, oh, people are not on Twitter, they are not on Twitter, they're not. So you can also try to imagine how many people that are not here, they are not on spaces to tell their stories. Even on within the listeners now, there are probably those that this is a traumatic experience to, because it reminds them of their own case of. So, and we are living in what Donald Trump literally called a shithole country. And sometimes we all act as if it's okay. We act as if it's fine. We just keep going. So it's quite unfortunate. But notwithstanding, I think I'll just give an opportunity to Noyen to be our last speaker if he's there. But if he's not, then we can start to wrap up. Noyen, are you there? All right, Noyen is not there. So I think that's actually because I really want people to leave the space tonight in a very reflective. A lot has been said in the space. I mean, we've talked about what needs to be done in Kogi State, in Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa state elections. We've said it with a sense of humor. We've said it seriously. We've said it any way that can be said. Like I say every time, you are probably not from those states, but if you are here and you are from those states, the least you can do is to relay. I talk about messaging a lot of the time, the impact of what messaging is. And you will notice that even from our little sphere, since we started talking about the fact that elections cannot be held based on just out with expectation of free and fairness again, you discover that it's also going around. The candidates are, looking at ways to help their voters protect their vote and all that. So those are how you shape conversations. That's how you shape narrative. It's why I'm also setting that if over a long, not really a long period of time, if we concentrate enough, we do as much as we can to awaken Nigerians to the need to become active citizens. Jimmy was speaking just now. Jimmy said we have been well-meaning Nigerians enough. As a matter of fact, I think currently being well-meaning Nigerian means you need to understand that Nigeria is in a big mess. And like the owner of a property that will see a house and say, okay, if I decide to renovate this house is not properly built, so I'd rather take it down and build it again. So for me, it's why nobody can gaslight me. Because of my name, people try to say, oh, you are not, you that say you are well-meaning, I just laugh. Me, you want to gaslight, you want to gaslight your papa. You never say anything. For me, any well-meaning Nigerian now should really be thinking about how you can bring down the current structure of criminality in Nigeria. It will take a lot. When you say it will sound as if you are being too. Some people will try to gaslight you and say you don't love the country. How would you be saying that? It's why if you listen to Datti's interview, he will say every time within that interview. That's why Datti's interview resonates with me so much. At every point in time we did that interview, he will say something like, I'm not a reckless citizen. I love my country. And you go ahead and say, it knows, it is clear that where we are in Nigeria now, we require a very rash, resetting. I mean, some people don't, I try to use the word reset, some people don't think, we really need a reset in Nigeria. We really need a reset. So it's why I've said, maybe if we try to talk about it enough, just the same way we talked about election between 2020 and 2023, and people became awake to want to do election, even between court hearing and today, just the same way we've talked about, election is no longer free and fair, election is violence. Now, a lot of people are awakening to that fact. Maybe if we talk enough about the fact that Nigerians need to awake and take back their country, just maybe that message will begin to resonate enough for one day. It's only one day we need. Just one day. So it's just one day. Something somewhere we just give. One day. Some of us will not see it coming. I don't think any of us will see it coming. Something somewhere we give. But people, we need to put that in the mind of Nigerians that we've gotten to the point where this is really the only way. I really wish there was another way. But this is the only way. Anyway, thanks for coming to the space today. Thanks to everybody. So at this point, I'll just hand over to Saddam to wrap up.
Thank you very much, my brother. Well meaning. Thank you, Jimmy. Guys, thank you. My whole body just scatter, man. God have mercy, man. What I just said this night, my body don't. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. It's crazy. Hey. The imagination I can't even begin to imagine itself. It is insane what Nigerians pass through just because they were giving birth in a contraception or in an area you did not nobody planned to pass through this hell on earth. It is just so unfortunate. It is just so unfortunate. TK, honestly speaking, my sister, my prayers are with your nephew, your dad's nephew. It's so sad. It's so sad where Nigeria is right now, and whew. Well, I'm still saying the words of Baba Ahmed Datti. He said, at this point in time, the ball is in the court of Nigerians. For so long, we as the people, we have sat down, we have allowed the system use us. I can't even call that term now, because for people, it's easy for people to use the term. You call that term rape. It is a very hard term to use. But for so long, Nigerians have been used and misused by the system. We don't even understand what nationhood is all about. We don't even understand what it means to be citizens of a country. That is why we see people hold on to their tribe and their religion first before even being Nigerians. We don't even understand I asked this question the last time. I said, what makes you a Nigerian? When you wake up in the morning, ask yourself, why am I a Nigerian? What identifies you as a Nigerian? A country that has given nothing to her citizens, It's not a country, it's not a nation, it's just a contraception. And it's a shame where we have been and why we have been so quiet for decades. That's why I find myself blaming the older generation for so long. They just they programmed us to move on. Men in their 50s, 60s are in diaspora, 40s, 30s are in diaspora, 20s now thinking of running, 20s already in diaspora. Those that are in their tens now will be in their teens now. We are planning to run to diaspora because Nigeria has failed to work. For how long will we keep running away from this country? And that is the only thing that keeps us moving and saying we just have to continue pushing this conversation. We just have to continue. Look away. Before elections, before it to bring out, by now we did like probably 1,000 plus for space. Look how many we did now. But we have to keep going. We have to keep pushing. We have to keep striving because for some of us that are still in this, we understand that being citizens or wanting this country to work is not a seasonal affair. It's a lifetime commitment. People died and sacrificed for the civil rights movement. Mandela was in jail for 27 years. Every revolution, every movement in the world has brought change. Some people sacrifice their lives, their time, some ambitions, there must be sacrifices to be made. What are you willing to sacrifice as a person that you want to see in Nigeria that work? It's not just that you woke up in last year and come out and get PVC and vote and it did not come our way all of a sudden. No. It is just, we just woke up. And same way we woke up and voted, the same way I am saying Nigeria needs to wake up and say enough is enough. Let us shut down this system and restart the system afresh. There is nowhere in this world, and it is so painful when I see these children of the evil forest when they react, and I'm wondering. I was on on Instagram, and I saw the post where P2B said, if under my presidency, there's no how that House of Rep members will go in, we buy one person 160 million naira worth of car. And I saw people commenting, that means this man not sabi anything for government. Thank God, we dodge bullets. And I saw thousands of people liking those comments. And I said, what? Indeed, we have a very big tax on our hands. And that's exactly what Datti said. If you listen to that, his submission at the very end, that it is now time for sensitization, for awareness, because so many of our people are seriously brain damaged. That in the midst of the poverty and the hardship in Nigeria, people are buying car 160 million naira. And people will never chop food, they celebrate them. They clap. The man when they say, no, you're not supposed to buy that car, say my administration no go work. They tell us, say, no, Sabi, they work. People in love with their chains. So my brothers and sisters, just for us, we'll be back here, hopefully, God's willing, on Tuesday. We will no longer be having violent spaces on Saturdays for the meantime, or at least till the foreseeable future. Probably the next violent space on Saturday will be when Nigerians have risen up in the voice of Datti. The people that want democracy are people that are willing to fight and die for democracy. Probably it will be when Nigerians have risen behind bigotry and tribalism, because who will start the revolution in Southwest are Southwesterners. Who will start the revolution in the North are Northerners. Who will start the revolution in the Southeast are Southeasterners. Who will start the revolution in the South are Southerners. Igbo man no go be who go start revolution for North. Yoruba man no go come start revolution for Southeast. South man no go start revolution for Southwest. When we rise against this prejudice and see our common enemies and stand as a people, then we'll begin to find answers to our problems. Guys, thank you for coming again one more time. Let's wrap up the space this way. Thank you to all of you that could not come up to speak. I beg no vex. As usual, we have to wrap up the space. Thank you, my brother Wellman Nigeria. Thank you, Jimmy NC in absentia. TK. My regards and prayers to you and your family. Guys,
Bro, I beg, man, I know verse. So, see, I the one that say, why I want end space now? Say now it's just 5 o'clock my own time. Normally, at 6 o'clock. I don't forget, say, we don't have 1 hour to our time. That time, it don't mess me up. Today,
it don't.
bro, today, now 1 o'clock, I dey expect say space go start. Now, obedient, they send me message. See, church don't start. Start now, 12 o'clock, now starts. I call the look, say, 5 o'clock. Why not they rush? Hey, man, I know verse. I beg.
The time change, my brother. I see. It do me say alarm. I reset alarm. I reset alarm 6:30. Alarm ring 2 times. 6:30, 6:30, 2 times. And my alarm, the way my alarm they ring, if it ring, I got do mass to make sure say I don't dey awake. I got do mass 2 times. I say no, this alarm don't do twice. At same time don't change. So it is important you get across what's happening. But time has changed, so we social the space right now. Guys across the world, thank you everyone. Please, guys, awareness. That is the only way forward right now. So many Nigerians are in chains. They don't even understand they're in chains. Some of them love the chains. Some of them want to die in that chain. Let us keep encouraging, keep spreading this word. Let revolution be on the lips of every Nigerian going forward. Because for us, as I've always said, protest cannot change Nigeria. These criminals will swallow protest. What they need, what I'm saying and standing on it, I stand on it with my chest. What Nigerian political elite needs is jungle justice. What Nigerian political elite need is jungle justice. Simple. There's nothing else. When you catch them, you deal with them, you deter the next set of thieves. That is the only way forward for that country. Until we are ready to get to that level as a people, no wahala. Guys, we'll be back hopefully God's willing on Tuesday. Thank you, my brother Wellman Niger. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you. Please, guys, reach out to Mommy Bolanle. She's under the weather. Mommy, thank you. My brother Steven, I hope you're good with the family. Thank you to the Vawulence Space team, cast and crew. Thank you to all of you on YouTube channel listening to us, Facebook, the Vawulence radio station, every platform that have been streaming this space today. Thank you to all of you. I see you, His Excellency Honorable Kempela. Thank you so much. Big Mag, it's good to have you here. Thank you, Antonia, Madonna, Mommy Madonna, Sweet Angel of the River, Best Fame, Anka Day, hey Franny. Thank you so much, Gospel for Nigeria, Polonium, Dr. Mary White, Dr. Bankole, JRVPR, Oluwadami Larry, Obina. Thank you, Cindy Gold. It's good to have you back in the first son. Bankole, it's good to have you, my brother. Biruki, the philosopher, my man. Thank you. It's good to have you here. Abokina Geri, Senu, my man. Gladys, Anda is the structure. Adowere, Oduntutu, Hanatu, Mama Wakiri, Freedom, Tony Otumbadike, thank you very much. Estate, Prince, Anza P, Mide, Mr. Waleri, Mr. Teke, Stella D, Chulo, Emmanuel Ajali, Patience, Duchess, the Jack, Mike, Mugzi, Big Bro, thank you very much, Pavik. Thank you to every single one of you. If you did not hear your name, I beg no vex. Andeline, Ponty, Professor Talata, God bless you all, guys. We'll be back here hopefully on Tuesday next week. As we always say on the platform, this is for God, for country, and for family. Please stay on, keep believing, keep pushing. Do not deter. We'll get Nigeria at the right time. Good night and stay safe.